Members, we're going to be restarting. Members of Parliament, ministers of government, support staffs, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome back to this Central Committee meeting of Parliament, the Central Committee meeting handling the draft 2025 budget. We have had several ministers following the initial introduction by the Prime Minister this morning and the presentation by the Minister of Finance. We have had several ministers who have sat into the meeting to hear the questions posed regarding their ministry. And as we continue with this, I now welcome the Minister of Justice, Ms. Natalie Tatlin, to the chambers of Parliament, as the Minister will now await and hear the questions regarding the Ministry of Justice. The time, of course, is for the MPs to be able to comment regarding the Ministry of Justice and its budget and ask any questions necessary to the Minister. So at this time, I turn to my left and I give the floor to MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Minister and her support staff. And once again, welcome back to the Finance Minister. Minister, I only have one question. I'll keep it real short. What are the plans moving forward, long-term and short-term, for the proverbial new beep, 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 beep of the scooters and two-wheelers overtaking in the traffic, whether on the left or on the right side, especially seeing I don't think there's been a week in the last couple of months that we didn't have a motorcycle accident, right? So I just would like to know what are the short and long-term plans as it pertains to curbing that and vehicle safety on the road as it pertains to four wheels and two wheels colliding, or two wheels and two wheels. And especially moving forward, I know the law isn't there yet, but if I'm on a bike and I'm doing a wheelie going down a road and I collide with another bike and I'm injured and I caused a casualty, right? And that person dies. In the current law, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not held liable for that person's death, right? Moving forward, what are the plans for that? If I'm wrong, please correct me, but what are the plans for that moving forward? Because I really feel moving forward, especially with these type of things, their ramifications, their repercussions are not to the level that they need to be. I'm of the opinion that it's quite outdated. So does the ministry have any plans of vision where that is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I continue and I give the floor to MP Waver. MP Waver, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Minister of Justice and your support staff. Also I had the same kind of idea. The same thing with when I spoke to the Minister of Finance earlier. There are ways where we can generate funds, right? And some of the ways are implementing that these scooter drivers get fines for not having helmets, for not having their number plates on their scooter. What we see now every day too is the illegal parking in town. So those are kind of some simple ways to generate some funding for the government coffers. I know that staffing might be an issue with the short staff, but I think by generating these kind of funds, it then opens up some financial opportunities to finance some more staffing in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Waver. Any other MP on the Ministry of Justice? We have MP Otley. MP Otley is up next, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Honorable Minister, her support staff, the viewing and listening public. Honorable Minister, through you, we took a trip to, Costa Rica and Parlatino, and it was Costa Rica, Parlatino, Parlamerica, whereby it was stated the ability for persons to work. And we realized that St. Maarten has the issue with undocumented persons living here, and especially those that were born here. And when we look at, when I was minister, we presented a chart whereby it was, for lack of words, it was a figure 8, whereby the working population was smaller than the pension population, which means that the working could not sustain the pension. So inevitably, it will run out. I say that to say this: in that seminar, we learned the importance of allowing persons to obtain, whether it's residencies, so that they can curb the abuse of working under the table. So I have a couple of questions as it pertains to that. I'll go ahead and ask. Can the minister indicate how many persons have made use of Article 3, first paragraph, under I of the National Ordinance of Admission and Expulsion? How many persons have obtained Dutch nationality by making use of the aforementioned articles? How many are minors? Can the minister indicate to what extent the recommendation stated in the report is Situation Analysis on Children and Adolescents on St. Maarten 2020? Have this been taken into account? Is the minister familiar with the report, another one, The Rights of Undocumented Children in Curacao as a Shared Responsibility, 2021? The Rights of Undocumented Children in Curacao, a Shared Responsibility, 2021. Have the recommendations in this report been followed by St. Maarten? Can the minister indicate how many undocumented persons are on St. Maarten? How many are minors? Can the minister provide the data of number of applications for resident permits that were submitted by stateless individuals in the last 5 years, let's say? How many of these applications were approved, denied, or still pending? Are there any existing partnerships with international organizations, example, UNHCR, to address the situation of statelessness and undocumented persons? If so, what are the outcomes of these collaborations? Are there any ongoing legislative or administrative reforms aimed at addressing the challenges faced by stateless and undocumented individuals? If so, can the minister provide a timeline for implementation? Honorable Minister, As it pertains to security, I asked the question to the Minister of TAYAT, especially for Front Street, Bass Street, and touristic areas. But you are the Honorable Minister of Justice through you, Madam Chair, and you are responsible for the safety of the country. What is your plans to address and combat crime? We are seeing an increase in what I would say, I don't know if to call it gang violence or shootings. What is your plans for that as well, to tackle that? I know you are new in the seat. However, government is continuous, and you have a department that has been working on various aspects and stuff. My advice to you would be, although you may come in with the world of ideas, to please consult closely with your department and tackle the low-hanging fruits. You will see how much that can help you, Minister of Justice. Another thing is that it was brought up, I must say, and I must congratulate the head of the Justice Committee for putting forth a fruitful meeting in such a short time at the Point Blanche prison, where we got an in-depth look of the situation. We actually saw the living conditions of the cells, and we actually were able to hear not only the prison's grievances, but to see the shortcomings of the prison guards. We often see various ads go out, and we don't normally see ads for prison guards. So what is your plan as it relates to the prison guards, their situations, and ensuring that many of them get their LB? What is also the plans? I know that we are awaiting a new prison, so what is the timeline of the new prison? I saw that an increase was added to the amount of a new prison. What is this for? And in the meantime, while we await a new prison, life is continuing at the Point Blanche prison, and we have a humane responsibility to those in there. And I can say, many may say, yes, they are criminals, whatever. However, due to the fact it is not customary to offer life sentences, we have to realize these persons will return to our society. If we do not rehabilitate them, we all are affected. Whether it's victimization, whatever it may be, we are affected. And I often say, jail is not made for animals, made for humans. So we have seen the best of them in there, politicians, doctors, everyone. So we have a responsibility to ensure that the human rights standards are met. Minister of Justice, I would like to know your plans to strengthen border control. Very difficult task considering we share open borders with the French side. Very difficult. I would also like to know your task in paying the police officers, finally paying the police officers. What is the amount needed to pay the police officers? I also said that government is continuous, so I'd like to know, I lost count. I know that a lot of LBs were signed. I would like to know how much is remaining. That's a good question, how much is remaining. And I think I'll leave it there for now, Madam Chair. If anything, I'll just chime back in. That's it for now.
Thank you, MP Otley. I now go over to MP Jansen. MP Jansen Webster, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to the Justice Minister and her support staff. MP Otley has asked a number of questions that I wanted to ask, so I will be short. However, I do want to stress on the hiring of people to work in the prison, so prison guards, because I read in paragraph 2.31 about the policy priorities of the Ministry of Justice. I read about having enough personnel so that the tasks can be executed at the highest standards of work ethic, integrity, and compliance. And I would ask you if this also counts for the prison, Because what we have seen in the prison is that because of the lack of staffing, the guards who are working are unable to work to these high standards. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a dangerous situation. I mentioned to the finance minister, and I invited her then to join the Justice Committee, which I am not a part of as yet, but I went along with them. And when I saw what was going on there, I mean, I signed up now and asked to be a part of that committee. And I think that there's a lot of work that has to be done. As MP Utley mentioned, we cannot wait until a prison is finalized in 2 years and have people there now. I would like to ask, I know that the families in the Back Bay area have been complaining. They have sent letters, etc. They've been complaining about water leaking down the hill. And when questions were asked of GB, GB indicated that it is not the GB tank. It is coming from a leak in the prison. So therefore, I would like to ask, how much is the water bill from the prison? Because if I see what the water bill is for the prison, then if we fix those leaks, we should have money then for the necessary programs that are not being done now. Because when we visited, there were prison programs for rehabilitation and resocialization, so you don't have repeat offenders when they come out, that were stuck. So there were uniforms hanging there from the sewing class that couldn't be fixed because they're saying justice says there's no money for materials. Things like that. But on the other hand, we got this massive water leak. And if you tie in knowing that there's a massive water leak to the fact that nearly all of the prisoners indicated that the toilets don't work. I know that if in your house your toilet doesn't work, that means a lot of times that the water is just flowing, which could be the reason. So if we could do some kind of maintenance so that people could have working toilets at least, and it will cut back on the costs for water for the prison and stop the leaks from going down the hill and bothering the neighbors as well. To me, it's a win-win all the way. So I would like to invite you to join. I know the Minister of Finance, she's always game. She's really hands-on, and she will come. If you will join as well, and that we go and see it, because if you hear it and your people tell you, it's different than when you go, you see it, you smell it, you feel it. So if you would go along with us, then we could find some small, tangible, quick wins that we could do small things to improve the living situation of the people who have to be there all the time. Some of them did some really bad things, but they deserve still to have a place to live that's decent. I had another question about, so I wanted to commend you actually with how fast you reacted to what happened in Simpson Bay. And it was mentioned already by the other MP that we have other hotspots. So we have gang violence in some areas, and I know that the statistics show the areas that are more prevalent to the gun violence, etc. And then we have the usual Christmas armed robberies and pickpocketing, etc. in the Phillipsburg area. And I too wanted to know what were plans, any plans that are there to combat gun violence and the robbery. And then additionally, with the response to Simpson Bay, I see a lot of cooperation between the Coast Guard and security companies from the marinas, etc. What I was missing though, and it's not in the budget either, and we haven't had it for a while, is a police boat. And so my question is, are there any plans to get a police boat? And why I asked about a police boat, because I remember seeing a presentation where it was indicated that there are some jurisdictions that the Coast Guard do not have, that police has. And so on open waters, there are some things that only the police boat will be able to handle. And so even though I hear about working now with the Coast Guard, it's still I think that we need to move to having a police boat again, and so for future budgets that we should look into going back there. And one other thing. Oh yes, this one is a personal one for you. I know when I was a minister, I was asked some personal questions, and it's important because you get to give your view on things. There was a question that came up from the prisoners about a leave from the prison to attend funerals, for instance. In the past, they would be able to attend a close family member's funeral, and now recently they haven't been allowed to do that, although there's an Article 31 sub 1, which indicates in the prison ordinance, which indicates that it is the prerogative of the minister to decide if they give leave or not. And my question to you was, how do you feel about that? Because that will be, when those requests come, that will be solely your prerogative. So how do you feel about letting prisoners attend funerals of their loved ones? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen. I now go over to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed evening, Madam Chair Lady Griffier, Minister Tacklin and her support staff, the Minister of Justice, my colleagues, those listening in on the social media and YouTube. Madam Chair Lady, allow me first to congratulate the Minister of Justice, and as I do believe this is her first time in the capacity, and what a welcome it will be. So, you hear the hating in the back there? So, Madam Chair Lady, a couple questions. Hating. For the Member of Justice.
Minister.
The Minister of Justice. When we're talking about the prison, what is the timeline for the completion? How is the 6.5 million prison allocation distributed? Are there programs for reducing recidivism among inmates? What steps are being taken to combat youth crime? How does the ministry address understaffing, or what's the ministry's plan to address the understaffing in law enforcement? Madam Chair Lady, just a comment in between. I've always said that a country where you pay your justice workers bad, the corruption will be high. They will easily be enticed to do things that they shouldn't be doing. So are there any plans to look at a different pay structure? I know everyone wants the LB, but I've heard some of those salaries from justice workers that most of them need an extra job on the side to be able to take care of their families. And that is rough. Next question. What role does technology play in improving law enforcement's efficiency? Can the ministry ensure accountability in community policing initiatives? How does the disaster management funding integrate with national security? And just like the others, Madam Chair Lady, to the Minister of Justice, all these questions will be given to you in writing. What measures exist to impose response time for emergencies? Are training programs adequately funded? How does the ministry ensure equitable distribution of resources? Is there a long-term plan to phase out outdated equipment? What partnerships exist in improving correctional services? How is the ministry addressing corruption in the justice system? Are there provisions for mental health services in correctional facilities? What is the waiting time for residency permits? And my last question, how many residency permits are pending today as we speak? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. We now have MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good evening, Honorable Minister of Justice, Ms. Tackling, and welcome back to our Finance Minister. Good evening to the people of St. Maarten. To you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Justice, what are your plans for the Ministry of Justice? One may say, Minister, you, former minister, sat in the seat, but my government fell within 17 days. And it's projected that you will have 4 years. And as a product of the Ministry of Justice, not only the former Minister of Justice, but one that was employed for 17 years within the ministry, one that has represented its colleagues in the court in Ambtenaren and have won 99% of those cases. I would like to know, what are your plans for the ministry? I would also like to know which law firm currently represents the Ministry of Justice and how much does this cost our country? How many civil servant cases are currently pending? How many police officers have resigned in the past 9 years? Because, Minister, people work longer at Burger King and McDonald's than the police force currently. We have invested so much in our police officers, and I have seen them leaving after a year, 2 years. So I would like to know how many police officers has resigned within the past 9 years. As Minister of Justice, or as former Minister of Justice, I contacted the Chief of Police when we had discussions on the rise of crime. And I've also instructed that a multidisciplinary team be put in place as the bevoegdheid and the authorities between the police, the Coast Guard, all have bijzondere, bevoegdheden, authority. And in the past, we did have multidisciplinary teams. Till to date, I haven't seen that team put together to tackle crime in this country. And when I say multidisciplinary team, it entails the police, the customs, immigration, Coast Guard, etc. So all the executive diensten, a team should have been put in place in order to tackle the crime on this island. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister of Justice, I understand that there is a person in your cabinet who has worked in the Ministry of Justice in a senior capacity. While I welcome the knowledge and experience that brings to the table and recognize its value, and I have no doubt that this is also the case here, I do want to ask the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, if she has considered the possibility that there may be a want to settle scores and that this makes her personnel uneasy. How does the Minister intend to reassure the employees in the Justice Ministry that they will not be treated unfairly and without bias? Minister, I will go further. I am also one of those justice workers that was strongly victimized within the ministry. And that same individual was also part of the ministry in that process. What are we going to do, Minister? What, through you, Madam Chair, what is your plan on tackling victimization within the Ministry of Justice? It is the biggest ministry within this country, within our government apparatus, that directly has social issues. My question to you, Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, do you have an open door policy? Because I find it is very important that when employees have their plights, not only that the plights or the information is given by management team, but the Minister of Justice and by extension her staff should also have an open door policy, a listening ear to listen to those employees, in that their concerns and their problems be addressed in an adequate manner. Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, I have taken note of the recent comments in the media regarding the short staffing affecting your ministry. Your comments were in response to a question posed to you by a local media house. I commend you for recognizing that it is both your and the government's responsibility to addressing the short staffing. I want to emphasize here that this particular responsibility is shared, and I call on your colleague ministers to support you in resolving the pressing matter. As the minister is aware, the short staffing places is a disproportionate burden on the justice personnel who consistently report to work faithfully, as it often requires them to take on additional responsibilities to compensate for their absent colleagues. Too often, this happens with no additional compensation. This imbalance increases the risk of more sick leave in the organization. How does the Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, intend to keep the justice workers who continue to report for duty and deliver results despite these conditions motivated and energized? Additionally, given the budgetary cuts imposed on us by our so-called partners, make it extremely difficult for departments to carry out their task effectively. I would like to ask the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, what discussions are planned in the coming weeks with these partners to advocate for a better protection of the Justice Ministry's budget, and to realize more financial flexibility in the ministry's budget and how it is allocated. How does the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, intend to ensure that the necessary resources are secured to uphold the safety and security of our country and safeguard the tourism product, which is essential to our one-pillar economy? In the past, through you, Madam Chair, steps have been taken within the ministry, including during my tenure, to introduce the work on income generating measures aimed to strengthening the financial position of the ministry and contributing to the government's coffers. We must acknowledge that despite these efforts, the measures yet to be fully realized are implemented due to the various challenges encountered. Could the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, confirm whether these initiatives, such as the increase of the leisures or the fees in the Landsverordening and other income generating initiatives for the ministry remain a priority? And if so, how does the Minister intend to address the challenges that have hindered their progress and ensure their successful implementation? Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, what is the status on batch 12, regulating the new salary scales and functions of the 25 justice employees? Before leaving office, I signed the advice, and that batch was delivered to the governor. There were issues with certain names and stuff that needed to be corrected. I have information that that batch is on your desk, Minister. So I would like to know, yes, what is the status on batch 12? And also, before I left, the compilation of batch 13 was also in the process, and I would like to know how far is that process as well. What is the status of the function book ratification that allows justice employees to receive their retroactive payments from October 10, 2010 to December 31st, 2022? This has also been a pending matter that I was told as former minister that was at Yazet and Way. And in my questioning to the Prime Minister this morning, my question to him, how long does Yazet and Way has to rectify or give advice on these documentation, as our government should be continuous. And at this point in time in our history, we have no more time for any more delays. What are your plans, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, for the staffing issues in critical functions at the Point Blanche prison? I have also indicated during my tenure, Minister, and this is advice, because I was waiting for that phone call for us to sit, but I have no choice, but I have to do it here. The staffing issues at Point Blanche Prison, as we know, the majority that is sitting or that is working there are females. And I said, what we need to do is encourage more male staff at the Point Blanche Prison. It is also known that the vulnerability of the female staff with inmates do exist. So that is something I am advising you, Minister, to look into, and you come up with your plan on how you will tackle that problem. What is the status on the function book for the employees of the Point Blanche Prison and House of Detention? I have seen salaries. I'd have heads on my shoulder with tears in their eyes with the staff that collects little to nothing at the Point Blanche Prison. Minister, you have taken over the helm of that ministry, and I do believe that you are a hard worker and that you will find the solutions to these problems. And it can be done with team effort. It is nothing about which party you represent or the function that you sit in. I keep telling people I do not see political parties when I sit in this hall, because none of us have political paraphernalias on at this time. We are elected, politics is over, and it is time for us to move forward, especially when it comes to the ambassadors of this country, which are the employees within the ministry. What are the plans to tackle the backlog at the Immigration Department regarding residency permits and general letters for dispensation and visa exemptions, etc., etc.? I tried my best to tackle most of those documentation, Minister. But when I took over the helm of the ministry, we had more than 2,000. 900 in one section, another 900 in another section, 200 in the minister's queue. It is too much. So what are your plans to tackle that backlog and how we can give that service back to the people that are residing in this country? Has the back pay for police officers been accounted for in the 2025 budget? Are there provisions in the budget that address staffing shortages or improve working conditions for law enforcement on a whole? What is the plan for funding overdue maintenance and upgrades to the police facilities and equipments? Given the ongoing issues with the LEOL not being in order, which have impacted the proper placement of staff in correct salary scales at the Vogue Dairat, can the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, provide an update on the steps being taken to resolve this matter? And what measures are being put in place to ensure timely and accurate salary adjustments for employees transitioning within the Ministry of Justice? Minister, you have a heavy task ahead. You have the biggest ministry, and you have a lot of mini ministers. Like my colleague, Ms. Janssen, said, it is your prerogative to make a decision on people, on prisoners who want, or inmates who want to go to a funeral. You will receive advices from the OM, from the SAEB or SAES, from all the different instances within the ministry who may give a negative advice. An advice is an advice. A parent can only correct a child when they are minors. After you become an adult, your parent can only give you advice. So you can take it or you can leave it. It is up to you, Minister, to be a rubber stamp, or it's up to you to be a leader in this country. With that said, I conclude my questions for this time.
MP Lewis, thank you very much for your questions. The next MP is MP Roosburg. MP Roosburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary General, to the Honorable Minister of Justice and support staff, to my dear colleagues present here tonight. For change, I will not ask a ton load of questions, seeing that there are at this moment still 50+ questions pending that you unfortunately have inherited. So I will wait on that meeting for those questions to be answered. And it's nice to see that some of these questions are currently being answered by my dear colleague MP previously, who was talking. So I will not be repeating myself, seeing that it's getting a little late, so I will await the right meeting for this. Currently, Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Chair, there are 2 meetings pending in regards to the rise of crime that will be held with the different stakeholders, which was decided in the Justice Committee meeting, and also in regards to the capacity of the Point Blanche prison. There will soon be also, that will also be addressed with the different stakeholders. That being said, when we visited the prison with the Justice Committee, the Inmates Association provided us with a document, and in that document they informed us of the different grievances And it was also advised to them to also send that letter to the Ministry of Justice. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know if the Honorable Minister received this document from the Inmates Association. Other than that, there is indeed a lack of staffing in the Point Blanche prison. How much of the current personnel is on sick leave, if that can be clarified? I also understood that my colleagues were mentioning in the same wording, the stateless and undocumented persons in the community. Could the ministry please clarify the difference between stateless and undocumented, and how much percentage are stateless? Do we have stateless people on St. Maarten, and if so, how much? Also, in the past, my colleague MP, I think it was colleague MP Doran, mentioned a gun amnesty program. It was then also echoed by myself. Is there currently a gun amnesty program in the making so that the guns can come off the streets? Also, because I heard a lot of questions being asked to you, Minister, to you, Madam Chair, but what was mentioned in the transfer document which was received as bottlenecks? Oh, let me ask the question correctly. Was there a transfer document received in regards to the Ministry of Justice? And if so, in that transfer document, what was mentioned as bottlenecks that the ministry is currently facing? And was in that document also mentioned this multidisciplinary team, which I am pro of? Was this also mentioned in this transfer document? And if so, is the ministry looking at that multidisciplinary team to put that into effect? I also would like to know the top priorities of the Ministry of Justice. Also would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, what is the ministry's legislative priority for the coming year? In regards to the motion which was passed connected to the crime fund having a policy plan attached to it when submitting or finalizing the budget of each year, I would like to know if the ministry is working on this policy plan, and if this also can be expected to be finalized before the approval of the budget as obligated by law. Has there also been an executive organization in place for the management of this crime fund? And we have all been speaking about the building of a new prison, but connected to that, it's also important to have the legislation up to date with the same building of that prison. So is that also a priority of the ministry? In the budget, I noticed that it was mentioned projects related to general improvement measures of the operational prison, the method for support, and our rehabilitation and resocialization of prisoners. So therefore, I would like to know, does this also include the updating the prison law, the different prison laws, which are at this moment quite outdated? And also, are there any funds, or will the ministry make any funds available in regards to that, maybe through other funding, UNOPS itself or BZK, if the ministry can maybe go into details in regards to that? Has the ministry reviewed the current use of the crime fund, and was the crime fund used for what it was intended? Other than that, one of my last questions is in regards to the SJES, Probation Department. Seeing the increase in demand over the past year by the probation services due to the ongoing prison capacity issues, and also recognizing the critical role in executing probation and parole supervision orders, and other critical court tasks, such as providing judicial advisory reports to the judicial authorities, administrating alternative punishments, such as community service and behavioral intervention training and program for clients during and after incarceration, and managing restorative justice initiatives and electronic monitoring programs. What specific efforts has been made to strengthen this vital partner within the judicial chain, and how does the budget allocation reflect this priority? And I believe those are my questions for now.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. MP Lewis, you indicated to want the floor again. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair. I forgot some other pressing matters as well. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Justice. What is the status of the new uniforms for customs, immigration, and the police departments? Have the funds budgeted by BZCAR been allocated to the ministry for the refurbishment of the prison cells, so the police holding cells? If so, what is the projected timeline for the completion of this project? The Customs Department has been working diligently to intercept illegal substances, and I applaud their tireless efforts to protect our borders. With the frequent seizures of contraband, there are growing concerns about the adequate storage space. Through Madam Chair, Minister, is there enough storage space for customs? Additionally, is the storage located in a secure area that does not pose a risk to the safety of the officers? If not, has there been any collaboration with other departments such as the police to assist in storing confiscated items? And lastly, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the Customs Department main office is facing significant deterioration, including mold infestation. Have you taken any steps to improve the current state of the building? Or are you going to do so seeing that you just came into office? Or are there plans to explore alternative office locations? In addition, we also have at the Simpson Bay Outpost police station also is in a deteriorating state. A simple lock on the door is damaged for a long time, and I don't understand why it's not fixed. We even have the fire extinguisher. I've also noticed recently, while visiting there, that it's expired since 2015. So those simple things that needs to be checked. You do need a serious walkthrough, it's a lot. And I hope that you can also get it done. Also, when it comes to the LB for the Coast Guards, which I signed about 5 to 4 days before leaving office, which was handed over to the Prime Minister's office, which was logged in the logbook as well, which means the Prime Minister is the one that has to deal with personnel as general affairs, that the ambulance brief had to go to the governor. And I learned that that did not happen, it did not transpire. I would like to know the status of the LBHAM regulating the salary scales remuneration for the Coast Guard as well. With that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. And I now have MP Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A good evening to yourself and to the Honorable Minister still here and everybody else tuned in. Madam Chair, I wanted to touch a bit on the topic of the youth in regards to the Justice Ministry, because we know we have the Ms. Lally Center, which is to be seen as a youth detention center, but there are several issues at the MLC, and one of them, to my opinion, is the age discrepancy, because at the moment I think people from ages of 12 to 21 are accepted at the center. But then my question is, when you turn 18, you become an adult, do you then get moved over to Raad van Bewaring, or how is that really regulated? Through you, Madam Chair. Aside from that, Madam Chair, at the moment there is no provision for girls to be admitted into the MLC, but underage girls most definitely come in contact with justice. I believe we had a situation not too long ago where a girl was severely beaten up in Dutch Quarter, and that court case also came up not too long ago. And if I'm not mistaken, the girls who actually did this only got community service, partially because there is nowhere to place them because they're underage. And this is a phenomenon that we need to be aware of, because the fact that some of these underage girls are actually, cognizant, aware that community service is the only possible penalty that they can get, that kind of lives on a life of its own. So my question to you, Madam Chair, would be what are the plans regarding the MLC, regarding some of these issues? And while saying that, I would also recommend the Minister to you, Madam Chair, to have a personal walkthrough at the Youth Detention Center to see for yourself what the conditions there are currently. Also, Madam Chair, regarding the same MLC, there is a lot to be asked. The rehabilitation of the youth should be the #1 priority. So, of course, my question would be, how does it work when it comes to the underage children who are taken up there, but, for example, need to go to school? Is there a system of electronic monitoring in place where the kids who are taken up at the MLC can also attend school, which is, by law, but then can also, be escorted back? What's the overall focus of rehabilitation, if there is any at the MLC, and how are we focusing on getting these youths back into society? Also to you, Madam Chair, I wanted to inquire about the so-called HALT initiative. And for those who don't know what that is, it's known in Holland. The HALT basically focuses on minors who commit light crimes, for which the whole idea is that they receive a light penalty or other measures, but on the long run, basically preventing them from getting a criminal record. I would like to know if that's in the Minister's plans for you, Madam Chair, to implement the HALT onto some of the organizations that we spoke about, and if so, what's her plan to get that done? Also, staying on the topic of our kids, Madam Chair, I also want to know what the current trajectory is for underage children who are removed from their parents, for protective measures. I believe currently a foster home is being used to house them, but what's the Minister's personal take on this? Because that doesn't really seem feasible on the long run. To you, Madam Chair. All of these things that I'm mentioning about the youth, Madam Chair, it would be amiss for me to not mention the court of guardianship, who in turn are legally kind of responsible for regulating most of these things concerning the youth. The current situation there with the workers is basically the same as the justice workers, if not worse. When it comes to the rechtspositie, I believe they also have some stuff that needs to be regulated. So, you see, they face the same issues because they don't have an LB. I think at the moment, most of the staff that works at the Court of Guardianship, even though they are permanent, this is based on a arbeidsovereenkomst van onbepaalde tijd. Now, this is a little strange to me because, and this is in no way a jab to the current minister, who's only been there for 22 days. But it's troubling to me to find out that, for example, because of this formality, having a permanent contract with government, who is actually the rechtspersoon mentioned in the contract, but not receiving an LB, that, for example, these staff members now do not enjoy the protection of, for example, the LMA, because they do not fall under what is an ambtenaar. But not only this, these same staff members are the ones who go out there, assess situations when it comes to the youth, and if they find a dangerous situation, are expected to also take these kids from these parents as per the protective measures, and then to bring them back. But then what would be the legal basis behind this if they're not even employed by Landsverordening? And what would be the legal ramifications of that? So, I think in closing, Madam Chair, through you, I would sum it up to say, what is the current situation concerning the rechtspositie van all of the staff members working at the Court of Guardianship, and what would be the plans to remedy this? And I think this will be all for me for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Peterson. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, and to the Honorable Minister of Justice, welcome, and thank you. Thank you for taking on this mammoth task. As you can see by the questions that are being asked tonight, justice was one of the ministries that has been neglected. It was the only ministry when we received our separate status that had to be built from scratch. There was no commissioner of justice. There was always just a minister of justice of the Netherlands Antilles. And as such, 14 years later, we're still trying to get justice where it is. And that's why it is important that moving forward, we put people in place that are not only capable, but have the best interests of the justice workers at heart. I know that you're going to do a good job, and like my colleague Rayan said, it's been 22 days. Some of the questions that I've heard asked to you tonight makes me wonder, what happened in the last couple of months. But be that as it may, at the end of the day, I believe that everyone's heart is in the right place. And for the right reasons. And I think if we can come together collectively and move forward, a lot will be done for the Ministry of Justice. I remember years ago when I was Commissioner of Sports, and no one wanted the sports portfolio. When I left, everyone wanted the Commissioner of Sports portfolio. That's the kind of legacy I would like you to leave in the Ministry of Justice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. We now have MP Roosburg. MP Roosburg.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add to what my colleague MP Peterson mentioned in regards to the Miss Lally Center. Can the ministry look into it to make it what it was meant for, a juvenile detention center, and not currently it being, how to mention, just to add to the capacity of the Point Blanche prison to house the 18 till 21-year-old inmates in that facility mixed with the youngsters between 12 and 18. So basically, I'm asking the ministry through you, Madam Chair, to make it a facility for 12 till 18 years. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roosburg. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to my colleagues once again. Good evening and welcome to the Honorable Minister of Justice. Welcome back to the Minister of Finance, your support staff, and everyone that is still tuned in. Madam Chair, I have a few inquiries. Through you, I would like to know from the Minister of Justice, how many persons within the Ministry of Justice have done a document verification course, and what level are they on? And how often do they participate in refresher courses? I think this is quite important, as we've heard of different situations of the past where this was quite necessary. My next question through you, Madam Chair, how many departments within the ministry are, I know every department is understaffed, but I want to focus more on the critical functions. How many critical vacancies do you have right now within the Ministry of Justice, and how do you foresee the fulfillment of these departments? I also brought this up to the former Minister of Justice that sat behind me. I must say that with the response provided by the ministry, I wasn't 100% satisfied, so I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, how do you see the opportunity for former uniform officers, once they retire, to carry a firearm, and I would say up to 5 years before they have to, quote-unquote, head cur, so to speak. The reason why I brought this up is because today, tomorrow, someone that has a licensed firearm to carry out their task within the Ministry of Justice, tomorrow they retire and they are sent home packing and have to figure it out. While over the course of their career, they've built up enemies, people that are, let's leave it at enemies. And I think that it is quite important for them to be able to at least have a way and mean to defend themselves if they find themselves in a position because they have served the country. I would like to know the position of the minister with that is concerned. And lastly, we've seen a rise in gun violence, especially over the last couple of months. I would say a crazy increase in this year. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I brought this up already in terms of having a gun amnesty program where not only you can bring in your firearm, but bring in your firearm and it sort of have like a, whether it's an urgent bureau or a job placement companies on site to be able to provide opportunities at the same time. Because one of the excuses, or I call it an excuse, in certain cases it's a real situation, but most, in my humble opinion, abuse that situation. Persons would say because they're not able to get a job, they see the need to go out and rob and shoot and do these things. And I think that everybody's reality is different. So I'm not going to sit here and play judge and jury, but I do think that as government, as leaders in this country, we can see ways and means to remedy that situation. And I think that a gun amnesty drive attached to a recruitment drive would help, and then you would at least have provided more options for your population who find it difficult to find work. With that being said, Madam Chair, I look forward to the answers to the questions posed, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Doran. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to everyone. For the Corpus Police, I would just like an explanation of the 727 increase for the 2025 budget versus the prior year. Same thing for the prison, the increase of 326,000. And then same thing for Landsverordening. So Landsverordening went down by almost 400,000 K. So I don't understand why Landsverordening would be decreased by 390,000. And it's on page 17 of the gewone dienstuitgaven under the Ministry of Justice. Because I know that for a long time we've always talked about the shortages that we had across the Ministry of Justice. So seeing a decrease is very surprising for me, unless it's just a matter of us trying to really cut the costs from a unrealistic previous budget. But I would just like a substantiation for why those three decreases across those three departments. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Wever. I now have MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Good evening. Hello? Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good evening once again, Madam Chair, and good evening to the Minister of Justice and her support staff. Just a few observations quickly. One of my questions was about the court of guardianship, which MP Peterson already covered, and to much more in depth than I would have, so a good thing he did that. Another thing, with the increase in the reckless drivers from mostly scooter riders, I think that we see most of them are underage. And I think it's about time that we start holding parents accountable. You see in a lot of other countries when youth commit crimes or things such as this, their parents are called in and some type of measures are taken. I think it's very unfair. And I'm not against scooter riders or bike riders. I myself have had many bikes in the past and has family that also are excellent bike riders, and they all are able to do the various tricks and whatnot. But back in those days, it was done safely. I think it's very annoying that, they come to the middle and it's beep beep and I have to move on the side. And what I see personally a lot, if they hit somebody, they hit your rearview mirror, your side mirror, then they're the aggressors towards the drivers who are on their side. So what's gonna happen is soon you're gonna have that violent situation between them and the motorist that they hit. And then who are you gonna say is wrong? Are you gonna say that the adult is wrong for now, hey, it's a minor, it's this or that, and even if they drive away a lot of the times, then the motorist is now responsible to fix their own vehicle, their insurance. But I think if parents are spoken to, like, hey, in the event that your child commits a traffic violation, then you could potentially be liable. I think that may make a difference. Another thing, I was part of the Justice delegation from the Justice Committee that went to the Point Blank prison. I was glad that I was invited. I have now submitted my name to be a part of the Justice Committee. Rehabilitation is a big topic, and it's spoken on a lot. But I don't think we need to wait for until a new prison is built to rehabilitate or give courses on rehabilitation. I think rehabilitation is much more than just building a gym or having classes, because you could provide all these lovely things, but if the mindset of the inmates at the time are not where it needs to be, you're either gonna continue down this road or this is where you're gonna end up. I don't think, you could build a new prison and it could look all nice, but at the same time, you shouldn't need much rehabilitation to realize that I'm in a bad situation, right? I think a lot of rehabilitation doesn't necessarily need money. I myself, and I know some of my other colleagues, and I've spoken to some people in the community that are willing to go up and speak with the inmates, have real conversations, not just, you listen and no. What do you want to do with yourself? What is your plans? I think that when inmates are incarcerated, the first thing in intake, they need to be asked, what are your plans? Where do you see yourself? What are your future goals? And if this is what you really want to do, this is what you need to do to get there, as well as when they come out, you continue that rehabilitation and mentorship. So I think a lot of them lack mentorship, and that could be also done on could be spoken about the youth as well. So I think mentorship programs can be something that could be easily implemented now instead of waiting until a new prison is created. Thank you, that'd be all.
Thank you, MP Labega. I don't see any other speakers, any other MPs on the topic of the Ministry of Justice right now, so just allow me to, while awaiting with interest the answers to the questions posed by my colleagues, to ask, first of all, to indicate to the Minister, for me, it's all about going forward, and that's why I want to address more the topic than very specific questions in the budget right now. And I asked the Minister, your colleague, the Minister of TIAT, regarding your ministry's role in the execution of the law on the ban of single-use plastic bags. I know when the law was passed by Parliament and the government asked of Parliament that we allow the implementation date to be established by the government, which was done subsequently by Parliament. So the implementation date is with the government, and I remember the discussion being one, manpower in terms of the control, whether person should be trained and whether there was money in the justice budget for those persons to be trained to do the control. So actually this law is not yet in effect because of government holding it back for the reason I just mentioned. So I would like to know if you've had a chance to look at this matter, and if you have not, if you can look into it and respond in your responses to all of the questions and respond to that. Secondly, Minister, the matter of have you had the chance to wrap your ministry's head around where the prison project stands today, and if you have been able, if you had the time to apprise yourself of the current issues at and with the prison. That includes all of them. Have you been able to receive that type of an overview? And if you have, if you can share this with the Parliament. And then thirdly, several of my colleagues have touched on the matter of court of guardianship. I know that I have understood from some foster parents as well as prospective foster parents that the amount allocated for taking care of the children could hardly get them by for a week, let alone a month, giving all of the cost involved and the cost of just taking care of one or more young persons. So, Minister, those are my three questions that I would like to ask. And as I said, I await with interest the answers to the questions posed by my colleagues. The Minister, as I mentioned, I don't have the indication that there are any further issues or questions to be posed to you regarding the Ministry of Justice at this time. So I will therefore adjourn for 2 minutes, allowing you to take leave, and then the next minister up is the Minister of ECYS, Education, Culture, Youth and Sports. Members of Parliament, Ministers of Government, support staff, I hereby adjourn for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Take two. Members of Parliament, Ministers of Government, welcome back as we continue with this meeting of handling the National Draft Budget 2025 as received from the Government of St. Maarten. We started earlier this morning with a brief introduction by the Prime Minister and a presentation by the Minister of Finance regarding the Draft Budget 2025. We have had several ministers in to sit in on the questions posed by members of Parliament. We continue now with the Minister of ECYS, Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, accompanied by the Minister of Finance, as they both await the questions from the members of Parliament on the Ministry of ECYS. To whom, I see who that can be. I went to ask to whom can I give the floor, but I see that we have the MP La Cruz ready to pose his questions to the minister. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed evening, Madam Chair Lady Rifir, Minister Gums, in your new capacity as the Minister of ECYS, and your support staff. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister, I'd like to first make a comment. I got the question multiple times, so I sent the question personally to you, but I'm still going to state that one question so that others who might be listening and have kids that are in a similar situation know exactly that you're working on it. And it is in reference to ministerplaats for students that we have abroad in the Netherlands that have to go through loting for crucial education streams that are needed here on St. Maarten. If the minister could look into that and let the population know, and myself, what and how does that work, and if it still exists. Then, Madam Chair Lady, there is a study that was done, and it speaks of the financial and the struggles that our students in the Netherlands have compared to the US and Canada. Could we get that report also from the minister? And if the minister has any plans when it comes to dealing with that. Then, like I've mentioned multiple times, the idea of housing in the Netherlands for our students, if it is by means of purchasing a building, a floor, and slowly but surely increasing the housing for our students on St. Maarten, it is extremely important. I think one can't study if he doesn't know or she doesn't know if they're going to have somewhere to sleep in a couple of days. Then, Madam Chair Lady, questions concerning the budget. I see the scholarship fund was cut by 572,404 guilders. Why? Can you elucidate on that a little? Concerning the capital investments, why was the ICT hardware and software for the Department of Education cut by 68%? A little over 500,000 guilders, so 522,000 to be correct. Was this for the digital tracking system for the school buses? Again, Madam Chair Lady, I know because the Ministry of Education is not a ministry that produces money for the coffers of government, it is quickly sidelined. And the results are that our kids, when it comes to sports, youth, and education, suffer. So this is a ministry that is dear to me. So I'd like to see why the cuts were made. I'd like to also know why the cuts and if the minister had any say in those specific cuts in the budget. Why has the government not included investment taken out of the capital investment budget 2024 in the recent amendment for the Shallon Brookson Academy? Then, Madam Chair Lady, I know the minister is going to do her utmost best and pass by every school and have a dialogue with every school, because that's the only way you're going to hear exactly what is happening and where their struggles are. Madam Chair Lady, I can't understand how a school could have no print tin paper, no ink, no toilet paper, that they have to go out and seek donations. That is not something that I'd like to see happen any longer. So, Madam Chair Lady, with this, I wish the Minister of Education and her team much strength, because there's a lot of work to be done in the Ministry of Education, Youth, Culture, and Sports. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. We now have MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good evening, Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports. I would once again like to congratulate you on taking up the mantle, as this too is one of the heaviest ministries within our government, next to the Justice Ministry. Welcome again to our Honorable Minister of Finance, and I'm wishing you much strength with being here all day. To you, Madam Chair, I only have a few questions to my successor. It's mentioned that a high school will be built. Is this referring to the Charlotte Brookson Academy for the Performing Arts in St. Maarten? Early this year, concerns were raised about the school's financial integrity and unaccounted for funds. What measures are being put in place to ensure proper fund management for this project? Additionally, is this a loan for the institution? How does the 2025 budget address the shortage of classroom space or educational resources? With that, I conclude my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I now go over and I give the floor to MP Ludmila De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Just to continue on from the question that was made about, sorry, good evening to everyone again. In terms of cuts, because I know that the previous speaker, or the first speaker in this series then referred to cuts made, but if you look at the expenses on the education side, it's literally an exact figure moving from projects and activities within the innovation going to the innovation, moving from the study financing. So you see exactly where the in and out is in the budget. So it was more, so I'm gonna add on an extra question just to make sure that if the transfer or the allocation of funds from one department to another is still related to education projects around innovation, and if the minister can actually expand on that for me, please. Also, I did notice that for the most part in education, things are pretty stagnant. You see bigger changes within the other ministries and especially across personnel most of the time. So for the most part, education stays, ECYS, sorry, stays pretty much stable, except for those areas that have already been noted by the MP before in the 572,000 cut. What I also would like just some clarification on is the biggest change you saw within the ministry is the increase of 2.3 million across the subsidies. And earlier on, when we first started this central committee meeting for the budget, the Minister of Finance talked about the fact that the subsidized schools increase was done, and I wanted to know if this 2.3 million is related to that, because then it ties in straight away to the first set of questions I had to the Minister of Finance. I know that there was one area, but I'm trying to see where the highlight was. That's it. That's actually, there's one more, which is the dienst openbaar onderwijs, which is the 653,000 increase in the personnel, in the loan and salaries. I would like to understand what the increase is for, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP De Wever. I now go over to MP Chris Wever. MP Wever, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Minister of ECYS and your support staff, and of course the Minister of Finance that's been here for the day with us. My question is, are there any plans to revamp the way we fund the subsidy schools? I say this when we talk about equal rights, in a sense with every school year we are faced with the same discussions with the hair policies that are taking place within the subsidy schools. Is there any way in which the ministry can step in, seeing that how we are funding these subsidized schools, that this can also be something that we can address? I understand the concept of back in the days and even how uniforms came into place, but even now when we say the school uniforms and the black shoes are now more expensive than just any other color shoes, and I think the whole point was that to ensure that the children going to school don't have to feel away if they don't have a name brand shoe or if they have a generic shoe. And I think we are missing the purpose of what it was initiated for, and I think we need to adapt according to the times we are in now and looking at that. So if there is any policy that is being worked on with addressing those kind of issues. Also, what role does the ministry play in helping to ensure the presence of social workers stationed at the schools and curb the amount of depression that is also happening? I also come from that field where I was a school social worker, so I know firsthand what is happening and the impact that a stationed social worker within the various schools can have. And I know when there was a shift, especially with one of the subsidized schools, when they took them out and have them stationed somewhere else, that also brought an effect to how they were able to connect with the children in the schools to be able to help them better to deal with the issues that they were going through. And then I have a few more questions. Culture and sports. How are funds being distributed among culture, youth programs, and sport development? Are there specific initiatives prioritized for the upcoming year? Teacher salaries. Has the ministry made provisions for the long-promised salary adjustments for teachers, and how will this impact teacher retention? My fellow MP mentioned Minister Plaatsing. That was something that was done. Why was it stopped then? I guess it was there in the past. So I guess based on the reason why it was stopped, then we can further elaborate on whether we can even try to put it back on. When it comes to our youth programs, what new or ongoing programs are being funded to address youth unemployment, crime prevention, and mental health support as well? That'd be all for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Wever. I now have MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A blessed evening to the Minister of Education, Youth and Sport, and support staff as well. For the ones that don't know, 10 years ago when I came to St. Maarten, I didn't used to look like this with my hair. I used to have an afro and had the bantu knots going to work as an attorney. And it was a statement because I believe you should be able to do and be who you are, and you shouldn't be discriminated. The reason why I'm stating this is because in September 2024, Teen Times have presented to me the Hair Discrimination Prevention Act. In this act, they describe the elimination of hair discrimination in educational institutions across the island, ensuring that the students can express their cultural identities freely without fear of judgment and of punishment. This act aims to protect students who choose to wear their hair natural in their own textures and cultural styles. As I mentioned, I used to do it as well, my afro, bantu knots, without being stigmatized or penalized in the schools. As I believe and agree that our schools should be safe spaces where every young individual can learn and grow without having to compromise who they are. And I believe your hair has nothing to do with learning in the school. I also know that the current minister has this as her attention as well, through you, Madam Chair. So I would like to know what the current state is of a draft law in regards to this. When will, because I understood there is a draft law to tackle this matter, so when will this be presented to Parliament? And what temporary policy will be in place until this law is into effect? Also, I would like to know in regards to the draft law, national degree, in regards to study financing, how far is this law and when can this law be expected by Parliament? Other than that, what are the other legislative priorities for the ministry in the coming year? I also saw on the budget that crime prevention is mentioned, but I'm not seeing any money allocated to crime prevention. And I was wondering if, because it's under 6130, if the ministry looked into this, and if not, is there a reason why there is no shift, especially seeing the current rise in crime in regards to the crime prevention? And would it be advised to still make a correction towards that so that there will be money funds available for the crime prevention, especially seeing the current rise in crime on St. Maarten, especially also among the youth? In regards to the dropouts within the school education and among the youth, what is being done by the ministry in regards to that, and especially with the inspection officers being able to monitor that the youth between 12 and 18 are going to school as obligated by law? So what is in place to ensure that that duty can be executed? That's it for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseburg. I now give the floor to MP Doran.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to the Honorable Minister, her support staff. I want to say I have to make a mention of this because if I don't do it, it won't be me. I'm glad to see faces that I recognize, Mr. Williams, Miss Ellis, people that I went to school with sitting on the panel. This is something that I firmly believe in, and I'm glad to see that this is the direction that the minister has taken to go forward. Without further ado, Madam Chair, through you, this has been a concern plaguing the community for quite some time, and I believe that a lot of talk has taken place, but no real action. Through you, Madam Chair, there's a situation where if a child is born on October 1st, they're considered to be born late. Now, imagine somebody born on September 30th and somebody born on October 1st have to start the school year completely after. And I find that quite unfortunate. I've never gotten a concrete answer to the question, but I understand that there has to be some sort of cutoff. I know that some schools, in particular the MAC school, allows you to do a sort of a test to see if you're up to the level, and they allow you to continue. But just imagine that someone born on September 30th, someone born on October 1st, and that person that born on October 1st is at a total disadvantage. My question is, Madam Chair, has the ministry already been working on some sort of way to make this a structured policy to at least allow the child to display their skills? Because I believe the date is between October 1st and December 31st, that they will be considered born late. So the same way, if a child is born on January 1st, they're good, but born on December 31st, they're born late as well. I would like to know what is the ministry thoughts on this, and what has the ministry, if even have considered working towards a policy to correct this? I find it quite unfortunate, and I believe that if a child is born one day late, or even a week or 2 or 3, it can put them backwards, and this could have a domino effect in terms of the child's development. So I really, really would like to know if any consideration is being put into changing this structure. I move on, Madam Chair, through you, to the Minister. During my tenure as Minister of VROMI, we prioritized allocating land to NEPA to expand the campus. This initiative was aimed towards developing skill labs, a modernized kitchen, and a potential dormitory for students. While visiting the campus, I was truly impressed by the students and their capabilities at the time. It is important that we support and facilitate their advancement in the technical and the vocational skills. I personally believe that NEPA has been, in my opinion, undervalued in a lot of different areas, and I believe that this is a great institution. Once the right stakeholders put the energy that is necessary, great things can come out of it. As has been echoed for years, the traditional methods of calculating the subsidies based on the student headcount does not adequately address the higher operational costs of the technical and vocational institutions across the island, which is similarly the case with NEPA based on information that I've been receiving over the years. Given the significant increase in the material costs, for example, since Hurricane Irma, I would like to know, has the ministry adjusted the subsidy calculation to ensure that these schools receive fair and sufficient funding? Through you, Madam Chair, I would also like to know if the minister can provide a comparison of subsidy allocations before and after Hurricane Irma. Recognizing that the technical and vocational schools incur expenses beyond the mere student numbers, such a cost for materials like cement, for instance, food items, does the minister agree that a review of the subsidy framework is necessary to reflect these unique operational costs? And if yes, what steps, if any, has the ministry taken or planning to take to ensure that these institutions are adequately supported? And if this is the case, can I get a timeline as to when it is expected? And if not, can I get a timeline as to when some consideration can be put into this point? Madam Chair, the next point I move on to is the Department then of Sports. I know I've seen recently where we've had a lot of athletes that have done great things, and I know that the discussion has always been, we are not doing enough for our athletes as a country. I agree wholeheartedly. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, is some sort of plan already within the Department of Sports to really not only acknowledge, but add some sort of substance to what we do for our athletes? In Anguilla, as soon as you reach by the ferry, you see the whole hall is filled with pictures, as we have here in the House of Parliament, with former members of Parliament, with the top sports persons, their great accomplishments, whether it be in pageantry as well, any sort of sports, and they are recognized by their country. I think that it's high time that we up it up, and I would like to know if there's any thoughts within the ministry already, and if not, how can we assist as Parliament? Because I've had some ideas that I exchanged with my colleagues in the past, but I've not really seen that come to fruition. So I really hope that this is already taking place within the department, and if not, how can we get this going? For now, Madam Chair, I'll leave it there, and I look forward to the responses to the questions posed. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Doran. And we don't have anyone else listed. I see, yes, but we're getting someone now, and that is MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Good evening once again, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Minister of ECYS and her support staff. Thank you for being here. Just a quick question pertaining to revenues to the ministry. We all know that ECYS is a very large ministry, and you guys are always in need of funds. I know it was posed many times before about the levy on 1 cent on gasoline and diesel, etc., through other ministers as well as other MPs here with the last government. And I believe that a policy needs to be put in place. I would like to know what is the priority of this being put in place, because at the end of the day, it will bring the ministry much needed funds. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, MP Labega. I don't see any other questions for the Minister of ECYS. Yes, we do have, and that would be MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good evening to the Minister and her support staff, and welcome back to the Finance Minister again. Minister, only have a few questions. The status of the Monument Council. I know that was kind of disbanded, but there's no Monument Council at this current moment, so what's the status on that, and putting another one together? I also remember murmurs of a Monument Fund. Is that something you'll be working on through you, Madam Chair, moving forward? As well, can the Minister, I know the Minister believes in STEAM learning. When she has the opportunity, can she further elaborate on exactly what is STEAM learning and what elements of that she wants to adapt? Also, I read that the Minister would like teachers to attend yearly CPDs, continued professional development courses. Is the Minister planning to implement this? If yes, how does she intend to monitor this? What are the consequences for teachers who are not to comply? Who's paying for these courses, and how does this fit into their hours? Also, I read of mandatory enforcement of IEPs, individualized education programs for students with specific needs. Are you, the best pose it, how can the Minister ensure the effectiveness of this if currently we have compulsory education, but we don't have compulsory testing? Furthermore, on sports, I would like to know if the Minister has any short-term, I'm sure of the long-term, but what are her short-term plans as it pertains to the Sports Federation, seeing that they have a new board and there are currently no funds? And just to double check, and what are the plans from the Minister as it pertains to incorporating eco-learning into the curriculum? And those would be my questions for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. We have MP Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I only had two questions for the Minister of ECYS to you, Madam Chair. The first one is concerning the kids who skip school, truancy. What is the current situation when it comes to that, and what is the intention of the Minister in regards to addressing this? Because I think at the moment, I don't think even fines can be issued to the parents when their kids skip school, yet, you know, education is compulsory. So just the Minister's opinion on that to you, Madam Chair. And Also, to you, Madam Chair, I would like to know what the minister's sentiment is in regards to reporting the crimes at schools. And I'm not only talking about adults towards kids, also kids among kids, because I think that at the moment schools they avoid reporting crimes that happen on school grounds. Why? To basically save face for the schools. But I think that that's something that's very, let's say, tricky. And I would like to know what the minister's sentiment is on this, because, for example, you have some students, some situations that happened by the court of guardianship, for example, that students weren't even aware that sending nude pictures of other students was a crime. You know, so stuff like that, and the education of the kids when it comes to that as well. So the minister's opinion on that, and that will be all from me for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Peterson. We have... This is no longer applicable. So, Minister, those are the questions from the members of Parliament. Minister, briefly, I would like to know from you, with which universities abroad do we have a running agreement? How many students at these schools with which we have an agreement, and what exactly does the agreement entail? The minister, I think it was in 2023, I had proposed a budget amendment which was passed and accepted, and that had to do with subsidies to the dance schools on St. Martin. And the next year, which would have been this year actually, I was informed in the first budget for 2024 that program, so to speak, was ongoing. I would like to know what the status is of the money allocated to assist dance schools on St. Martin. My reason for initially proposing that amendment and the amendment being accepted was that it is quite evident that if these dance schools are able financially to cater the larger group that these dance schools can cater to, the better it is for many students, dance students on St. Martin. I don't believe that any young person with the love for dancing and a talent of dancing should not be able or would not be able to take part in classes due to the parents can't afford such. And with the dance schools being assisted, more persons can be helped because the cost per student would be lower. Hence, it was with that in mind that the original budget amendment was submitted and, as I mentioned, and passed. And I would like to know where things stand right now with that overall project of assisting dance schools. I know that their programs were asked for, and all of the information. So I just would like to know how far did we get with that, and if the minister, at the first opportunity that the minister gets, I know that it is being worked on by the culture department, but if we can continue to pay attention to some of our national traditions and the national dress or wares being one of those. So I would just like to know if we're getting any place with that. I'm sure the minister is quite aware of the interest that the so-called national cultural parade has gotten, and how the government can continue to assist that movement in terms of the national parade with the national dress or dresses, because we have several of them. So, Minister, I look forward to getting your feedback on that. And that would be it from my side, and that would be it from our side, because I have no other MP to speak and ask questions at this moment. Minister, I want to thank you and your staff for being here, and we look forward to receiving the answers to to your questions or to the questions posed for your ministry. Minister, I will adjourn. Members of Parliament, we will adjourn for 2 minutes as we allow the minister to take leave and allow the next minister to join us here in Parliament. Thank you, Minister. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Members of Parliament, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, those persons in the tribune, good evening, welcome back. Members of Parliament, we continue with our session on the draft budget 2025. We're still in the committee meeting for the draft budget 2025. We continue with the ministers. Up now is the Minister of VSA, Public Health, Social Development and Labor, and who along with the Minister of Finance is continuing to hear and take the questions by members of Parliament. The minister up to answer is, of course, the Minister of, as we commonly call it, VSA. That is Minister Richnel Brug, whom we welcome once again, along with his support staff. And I then, of course, go over to my left as I ask the members of Parliament who would like to address matters pertaining to the Ministry of VSA. We have MP De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
It was like everyone was waiting for someone to go. Good evening, everyone, and good evening, Minister. Okay, so I just going to reiterate the way that we started this meeting, where the Minister of Finance mentioned that this was a very conservative budget. It was based off of 2024. There's some area, I get all of that, and I get the sort of, restrictions that we have a little bit creating this 2025 budget. But there's some areas where I'm very straightforward. I look at increases, I look at decreases, and then I look at certain things that stay the same, which warrant a lot of attention because it's staying the same. But then when you're comparing years, it's a drastic increase. And one of those, which I've spoken with you, Minister, about when you were here as an MP, is the PP cards. So the PP cards in 2023 were 17 million. In 2024, they were 22 million. And in 2025, just as the Minister of Finance stated at the start of this Central Committee meeting, that we have a conservative budget, it's at 22 million. Now, in my experience for this year, one of the things that concerns me the most are the number of persons that are in between the age of about 45 to 65 that are asking questions about how to get a PP card. So they need insurance, they're not working. And it makes me sometimes think a little bit of like baby boomers, where we have our aging population and they're the biggest part of our population, and we're having an issue if I'm seeing that our older working population is having an issue being able to have insurance through work or privately through the work or through work where they get a SLV card. And so I look at the PP cards and I wonder if it's realistic. So that is my question is, this is literally the first ministry that I'm looking at no change being a worrying concept for me. And with that being said, I just want to know if there is any wiggle room for this, if it's realistic. On my personal experience, it doesn't seem realistic. But I think now that the minister's been there, not a long time, perhaps he knew already that this was one of the areas that I was the most concerned about, because it explains a lot about our population, about the struggles our population is having, and it's an area that when you take into consideration, I was looking up at the 2022 census that was done. It said that we had an official population of 41,901 persons. Now, when you look at the fact that PP cards is 22 million, when you do the math, right, it's like 500,000 per person. That's a lot. That's a significant amount. So the math doesn't really add up for me. So again, my question is the 2025 realistic? And if between 2023 to 2024 it increased by 5 million, who's to say that that's not the same trend that we should be seeing in 2025? And where can we make adjustments to support the realities of our aging population that needs assistance with being able to get health care? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Wever. And I now give the floor to MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed evening to the newly appointed VSA Minister Brug and his support staff. I have a few questions. My first question through you, Madam Chair. I have seen in the media that there have been a lot of labor-related issues in the past few weeks. Recently, I've seen issues in regards to a hotel branch, if I'm not mistaken, Flamingo Resort. But I also saw, and I also mentioned it to the Minister of TIAT, a video going viral in regards to checkmate workers who are stating that they haven't gotten paid for a few months. Has the minister seen this video? Does it have the attention of the ministry? And is there a solution being presented for these workers, labor-related? Other than that, I have a question in regards to the mental health and the legislation connected to that through you, Madam Chair. When will this new mental health law be finalized? And will there be a temporary solution, policy in place to address the current gap in the law, mainly of the persons being admitted not having an attorney assigned to them? For example, through an on-call, a duty roster by attorneys. What is the ministry's legislative priority for the coming year? Also, I've seen that the legal help desk has kicked off and legal consultations have been taking place. My question related to this help desk is, in the coming year, will there be monthly, then weekly consultations in place in a more structured way? And if so, in what way? Also, especially seeing the recent labor-related matters and also seeing that there has been an immigration lecture also connected to the legal help desk that has taken place, which was well attended, I would advise the ministry to look into organizing a lecture in the beginning of the year also related to labor law so that everyone that is interested in knowing their rights in regards to labor law, that they can get to know that and that it can be scheduled. I know that there are attorneys willing to do so, so I would like to ask the ministry to look into that and make that happen so that the community of St. Maarten can know their law 101 rights in regards to labor law. Those are my questions for now. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roosburg. We have MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of VSA, his support staff. Minister, I first off like to congratulate you publicly. You have worked hard and you have shown what hard work can do. But I want you to realize that the work has just begun. I recently put out a video basically requesting your intervention in certain matters. I was told by the next day that intervention did happen. I visited the hospital the other day and I saw that they are no longer wearing black. So whether it's by your intervention or your pressure on the management, the unions were heard and an agreement was met at least up to this point that they were no longer wearing black and they went back to work. So I'm happy for that. I also was made to understand that there was a meeting with the Hilton group. I don't know if you were involved. Can you provide an update on such? I think it's important, just like my colleague mentioned, the previous speaker, that people understand their rights. And again, it may or may not be that their rights are being violated. But if we can intervene and show, hey, your rights are not being violated, and here's why, what can we do to mediate? You have an amazing mediator. She gets stuff done, and I think that, I don't know if she's involved already, but she needs to be involved, and I would say get her involved. So that would be my question. Is the mediator involved in this Hilton dispute between the workers and the management? There's only one, so you know. As it pertains to VSA, I would also like to ask you the update on the SAHA. What is your opinion on the SAHA? I finally get to ask you this, now that you're sitting over there. What is your, through you, Madam Chair, what is your opinion on the SAHA? Also, I would like to know the update on the SZV-1 Bay that can offer insurance to sole proprietors, bus drivers, taxi drivers. This is something that has already been worked on. It went to the Council of Advice, and of course, by the time it came back, I had to leave office, but now you're there, so please look into this. This has also been echoed by many of your coalition members that this is a piece of legislation very, very much needed, through you, Madam Chair. Regarding the increase of minimum wage, I was very happy, a bit puzzled. I saw the announcement from the Minister of Finance, but I was expecting something of such to come from you. But however, is this minimum wage done by indexation? Will it be done by LBHAM, MR? Because I saw the amount of, I think it's 4 cents, 48 cents. So I would like to know. And then also, is this using Q2, which in the legislation we thought that it'll give you a more timely fashion and give more time to adjust? Are you using Q2 for this calculation? Also, as it pertains to the increase of the pension, I'm very happy with this. And I'm happy that you put it forth. I know that it's now, a moot propelling, but however, I know that you have to want to do it, because as it may at times with their financial constraints would give a little pushback, but you have to want to do it. So I look forward to January 1st, 2025 to see the minimum wage increase become a reality and the pension increase become a reality. And then we'll go further from there as we handle the public meeting if it's not done. Also, the tourist levy, health levy, it was led by VSA when I was there, but I noticed now it's more in the, well, who is taking the lead? Is it finance? Is it TEAT? Is it VSA? I would like to know as it pertains to the health levy. Also, I see that the cannabis legislation, I'm happy to see that the revenue generating measures, like I stated, the Minister of TEAT put on an article, but again, the opium legislation falls on the VSI. So are you taking the lead in such? Because there was a lot of, there was and there's a lot of great initiatives that came out of VSI. Now you're just there, but I should think you should hold on to such, as a lot of the regulations falls on the VSI. So while other ministries are necessary, the opium legislation is under you, through you, Madam Chair. In 2022 census, it indicated that the category for 65 plus has increased over the past 10 years from 5.3% to 12.8%. Many 65 pluses are completely dependent on IOV and need additional assistance. And what initiatives does yourself, your ministry has planned to improve the lives of the elderly? Some of the things when I was there we did was the senior program, the health program, the screening program, also the computer classes, not 1, not 2, but 3 computer classes. So I look forward to hear some of your initiative to help improve the cost of life. See, it's a bit difficult because VSI spends money, don't really generate. Most of the bills are from, and which SFA accounts for what, 75, 76% of your budget. So we spend. But some of the things that we wanted to do to help generate money was like the SOS policy to give a return in investment. The SOS policy where major developers would invest in NEPA and so forth to help curb what we know, what we always hear from even before I entered politics, is that lack of local resources. When I was there, we raised or gauged to approximately $250,000 that was to be invested into NEPA. So I would urge you to follow up on it. And for those companies that has signed and has not donated as yet, please follow up as they agreed. Also, Honorable Minister of Public Health, Social Development, and Labor, I would like an update on the St. Martin General Hospital. Last year, the minister before you had the same date scheduled. I see now it's moving. I'm very happy. We are seeing the walls being erected. So I would like to know, is the date, the completion date, the same? Now, also very important, very, very important, SZV. SZV has put out many reports with estimation of losing tens of millions of dollars this year and estimated to lose even more next year. What is your plans to curb, to the best of your ability, the bleeding of SZV? That was why the health levy was extremely important, and it fell under VSI at that time, because the intention was, of course, the money would go into the general coffers, but the agreement with the government was that a specific amount will go towards SZV. Also, during our tenure, during my tenure, the monthly OZR amount for SZV increased twice. Still wasn't enough, but what is the plans? Well, it's a two-pronged question to you and the Minister of Finance through Madam Chair. What is your plans as it pertains to the OZR payments? And what is your plans as it pertains to the tariffs? We have seen the doctors, the physicians are screaming for increase in tariff. It puts you in a tight position, as tariffs has not been changed for a long time. So what is the position of the minister and the ministry as it pertains to the tariff? I'll leave it at that right now. It's more to get a feel on your vision moving forward. So based on those answers, I'll see how far we go. So once again, congratulations, and prepare for a tough job. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. I now give the floor to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And a blessed evening to our new Minister of VSI. I don't know what size shoes you wear. This one wears 13, so you have big shoes to fill. And I wish you luck moving forward. Madam Chair Lady, I only have 3 questions for the Minister. First, I'd like to make a comment. And I know the Minister first worked in the Ministry of Education and dealt with truancy and kids. So one of my questions to the Minister is, does he have any plans dealing with the mental health of our kids on St. Maarten and also those studying abroad? It is imperative that you put a plan together. There are a lot of studies done, a lot of ideas that come from all corners of St. Maarten. Please grab them and put your plan together, one that will actually work. Madam Chair Lady, through you, to the Minister, how much work permits are now pending in your office waiting for your signature? And then my third question, are there any requests in your office for the opening of a new old people's home, like what we call it, like White and Yellow Cross? The waiting line at the White and Yellow Cross is extremely long, and a lot of our elderly are left out in the cold. If there are none, if the Minister has a plan on expansion or encouraging other business-like people to move forward with opening a new White and Yellow Cross, as we call it. With that, I conclude. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. The next MP to speak is MP Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I would like to start by congratulating the minister on his recent appointment. I know that he's a hard worker, and I have faith that the ministry will continue to progress. Madam Chair, I would like to delve right into it because I have a few questions. I know that the minister has been very big on mental health, even during his time here in Parliament. When I heard my colleague La Cruz mention it, I was like, okay, he basically was reading my mind. I would like to know, what is the minister's vision on mental health? I know that he's been busy with it for a while, as I mentioned. So I would like to know what is his vision where that is concerned. I know that it is definitely not a 1, 2, 3 fix. I think that it is something that requires a lot of structural change, manpower, finances, and all these different things. I'd just like to know a sort of a implementation plan, if there is one in the meantime, or if the ministry has already been working on one. And yeah, the other question was posed already. So with that being said, I'll go to my last question, basically. What are the top five priorities of this minister in terms of his vision for the Ministry of VSR? That will conclude, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. I see that MP Otley would like an addition. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as I stated, VSR, 98% of it is just spending. However, the 2% is on permits, work permits. That's where the little bit of revenue can come in. I have prepared an amendment through you, Madam Chair, to the National Ordinance regulating foreign labor and the LBHAM. Unfortunately, the LBHAM cannot be submitted through Parliament, and therefore it was sent to the minister, the then minister at the time, Minister Jansen, and the ministry for review. The ministry has responded. We did receive the response, and the ministry has provided, basically indicating that they have no current plans to make such amendments at this moment. A lot of the aspects that we put into this LBHAM or amendment was based on discussions with the NESC and their visions to help curb and open up those bottlenecks. So, however, this would be a good opportunity for government to create additional revenue as they have expedited fees and different aspects in this LBHAM. If the minister is open to such, I will gladly send the LBHAM through the correct channels, whereby hopefully your staff, your legals can review. And if you are open to such, it can be implemented, and therefore additional fees can be brought to the table. In discussions with the business communities and so forth, many have stated that they would pay an expedited fee in a heartbeat to move, to get through and expedite this process. And according to the country measures, country package, the measures, one of the #1 reasons for illegal hiring of foreign workers was the process. So if we find a way to curb the process, but ensure that this is only done once you have maximized the ability to hire locally, then I think we can have a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. We have MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Minister. Congratulations once again, and good evening to your support staff. Minister, I'm going to keep it quick for seeing the time. The health bus, what is the vision for the health bus moving forward? It was a significant amount of money invested in 2015. At the time, it was something state-of-the-art, and over the years, it has, let's just say, it doesn't have the same status anymore. So what is the plans for the health bus moving forward? As it pertains to youth health care and data collection, what are the plans for digitalization of that department and being able to look certain things up by a click of a button? My colleagues alluded to the last couple of weeks. I think it was your second day on the job. and you was bombarded with a lot of labor issues. So you had an interesting first week. One of it being the problems at the alleged problems at CPS. I would like to know what, at least then in writing, what are your concrete plans in resolving that issue, because that issue is something that has been pending. I think you're the third or fourth minister now that issue is pending, and I would like to know what are your plans as it comes to resolving the problem, at least coming to the bottom of it. There have been reports done a couple ministers ago. What has come of those reports, and what are the conclusions of them, and what are the steps moving forward? Also, our next thing as it pertains to mental health, I know you're an astute proponent of mental health, but I don't know if you're aware, but 90% of the staff on the first floor is seeing a professional right now as it comes to their mental health state and the workload that they've been under over the last couple of months and years. That is something unheard of. I've never heard of that before. So again, what is the minister's planned short-term plans as it comes to morale in the department, and also when it comes to the understaffing? Because right now, if you look at the clinic, the clinic deals with 4,500 students and 250 babies this past year, and they have a staff of 3. So that, to me, it's a very alarming situation, and I'm curious to your vision in that moving forward. As well, my colleague MP was very nice in asking what is your opinion on the SAHA, basically the National Health Insurance. But I am not asking you for your plan. I'm just going to be straight. Do you intend to push forward with the SAHA? And if not, what are you going to change in it? And because for the last couple of months, the Prime Minister has been the spokesperson for the National Health Insurance. And the last time I checked, he hasn't been the Minister of VSR. You're the Minister of VSR now, so I want to hear what your plans are moving forward. And if it's not this, then what? Because I feel we're kicking down the can, and in the next few years, we're going to have another minister, and we're going to have to ask the same questions. What are the plans? This is something stemming from 2018. It was kicked down the road. Then we had the former minister brought it further, and now it's being kicked down the road again. So I don't really want to know what your opinion is on the SAHA. I just want to know if you're going to continue with it, and if not, what you're going to put in as alternative. And lastly, the situation at the Flamingo Hotel at the Hilton. The prior speaker spoke on it. One of the prior speakers spoke on it, but it sounded more as if they already had a personal opinion on the matter. I don't. I would like to know in writing what are the concrete steps moving forward, what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, what you've done already, and what you would like to do. Because I know some things aren't always achievable, but I would like to know the richting and where you want to take it. And lastly, the breakfast programs in the past have always fallen under VSR. Just a simple dumb question. Why is it under VSR and not under education? And if you guys are planning to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. And then we have MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Good evening once again, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Minister of VSI and support staff. Really quickly, what plans does the ministry have to promote preventative health initiatives? As we know, health is wealth, and we know that the population suffers from a lot of health-related issues, and it's also a huge cost on the government to send individuals away and their families, etc. We see that sports is picking up and physical activity has been increasing since COVID, but that alone is not enough. I live a healthy lifestyle, a balanced lifestyle, because I was taught from a young age how to eat properly, how to stay away from certain foods, how to read the ingredients in the stores, et cetera, et cetera. So I believe that initiatives starting in the school will definitely show great results as our children get older and they're able to live healthier lifestyle, but understanding through some initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. I have MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
I was going to save this for another time, but I might as well get it out of the way. General healthcare, vector control. What is the status on the vector control unit, and what are your plans on that moving forward? Because just a couple days ago, I think last week, there was an article based on some mosquito disease somewhere in the British Islands, in the Caribbean, and beware this, that, and the other. Years ago, they would have fogging, so basically a spraying of insecticides. I don't know when that was the last time I've seen that. And I know the vector control unit, they were over that. Now, I don't know if there is a unit, or if there's people certified to be in that unit that's just not in the unit. I know in 2013, 2014, there were three people that passed their BAFPO, but they were never sworn in, and nothing was ever done with them. So I want to know, basically, I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, of the Minister, what the plans are for the vector control unit moving forward, as well as it pertains to the CPS. Going back to the CPS, are CPS workers seen as frontliners? Because back during the COVID period, they were, and it seemed like they were like chewed up and spat out, and now you're not frontliners anymore, but this, that, and the other. So I would like to know officially, will they be seen as frontliners, or are they seen as frontliners, and if no, why not? And lastly, thinking on revenue generation, a possible revenue generation, has the minister ever considered CPS as a separate entity which is government subsidized? Why I'm saying that? Because right now, currently, CPS does not charge for anything, basically. And for example, a COVID vaccine on the French side is $150, and on that side is $0. And if they were to be their own entity, they would be able to charge for adult vaccines, COVID vaccines, yearly contributions, flu vaccines, vaccination records, charging for vaccination records, or even tourists, when they come here and they got to get a yellow fever shot. These are all things that, can generate revenue and can also go back into the government coffers some way, shape, form, or fashion. So my question is this something the minister is thinking on or would consider moving forward? That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. And Minister, allow me to use this moment to, before I do that, to give the floor to MP Waver. MP Waver, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Minister, support staff, and of course, the Minister of Finance. I just want to also say congratulations to the Minister. I'm happy to see that one of the first things that you've done, through you, Madam Chair, was to sit and to see with the mental health facility, the status, and to see it going forward. I know you are a minister that if something is good, you will continue it, and I think it's good that VSA is a ministry that definitely runs a tight ship. It's a ministry that definitely gets the work done. I don't know what size shoe you have, but it doesn't matter the size shoe. It matters how far you're willing to walk with it, So based on that, I wish you much success. And I think you will continue on the right path. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Waver. I just started to say, so I would like to continue to add to the questions posed by my colleagues the following items, which are not new, according to me, definitely not for the ministry, and I believe not for the minister as well. Minister, so quickly, my different queries that I have regarding the issue of vaping and the responses that I have gotten in the past from your ministry as well as the Ministry of ECYS. I would just like to know, let me back up there a moment and say that there is supposed to be a working group of the two ministries, ECYS and VSA, maybe even Justice, that is looking into the matter and is supposed to advise on the matter of curbing the possibility for young people to be able to purchase these devices. And I would just like to know where matters are at with that issue, the issue of vaping. Secondly, Minister, I would like to know where are we with the issue of the huisartsenpraktijk, the HAP? We know, of course, there was the one, or the only one for right now, that was started in Simpson Bay with a lot of hope, a lot of good intentions, and then something went amiss. And I would like to know where the ministry is with that matter, and do we have any data with respect to what such an institution could mean for the alleviation of the emergency room at the SMMC. So I would really like to get an update on that matter. One of my colleagues asked about it, and I continue to ask the same question with respect to the so-called reparation legislation for the SZV that was, and it's now probably with government, but that was at the Council of Advice for a while, that would include the coverage of persons who now fall between the cracks in terms of medical coverage, such as the sole proprietors, the vendors, the taxi and bus drivers. If I can get an update on that. There are several letters from me at the ministry with respect to this issue. Minister, I too took note, of course, of the increase in the minimum wage based on the indexation on the basis of the cost of living, so the inflation. And that is, yes, that has been issued as per, and it will go into effect as per the 1st of January 2025, for which I'm sure many persons will be very happy. Minister, I've asked your ministry before, and I have not really received a clear answer on it, because the welfare, the understand, is based on the minimum wage. The base for that is the minimum wage. So it could very well be possible that with the increase in the minimum wage, some persons' welfare financial assistance / understand would have to be adjusted. When I asked this, the last time the minimum wage was increased, I was told that it was to take place. So that review of the financial assistance based on the increase of the minimum wage, has that review taken place? One, and what has it yielded? Were the financial assistance amounts of some persons, did they have to be adjusted based on the adjustment or the increase of the minimum wage? And if so, could you give me some numbers that it regarded X amount of persons, or what the situation is with that? The step results on another issue, are the step results in? What are these? Is the ministry pursuing, and if so, how far are they with respect to the changes to the civil code as far as labor contracts are concerned, is my question. And then, Minister, recently you received from me a letter regarding the feeding program for the elderly. I look forward to your response on that letter. Minister, my visit to the White Yellow Cross some time ago made some, the need for a facility or expansion of facility for the services executed by the White Yellow Cross, amongst other things, to look after persons with dementia. And the list, the waiting list for persons seeking admittance in that program is large. It is large. And from what I've understood, and I would like you to clarify whether this is still the case. I guess it is. It probably has grown. And it's a matter of getting approval from the SZV, because the White Yellow Cross is able to make an investment. Again, that's my understanding of where things are at. And I would like to know, has any progress been made in this regard? Are we really looking at that list of persons to assist families? Because right now, that care if not provided by an institution, is having an impact on family members, working family members, who are at a loss where it pertains to looking after and caring for their loved ones, especially those persons that, that suffer from dementia. So if I can get, Minister, in as far as you have already been able to collect that kind of information, I just need an overview of where things are at right now and what the plans for the foreseeable future are at this time. Minister, I think from my side, those are my additional questions, and I look forward to the answers to all the questions, including those from my colleagues, because some of that information I too look forward to. The Minister, it seems as if, as far as your ministry is concerned, that we have reached to the end of the questions in this session of the Central Committee. I want to thank you and your support staff for your presence here and hearing and gathering the questions from the members of Parliament. Thank you, Minister, once again. I also want to make note of and continue to thank the Minister of Finance for being here with her colleagues as they receive the questions regarding their budgets. So, Minister, thank you, Minister Brugge of VSA. And again, 2 minutes break, members. And I think, although my intention was for this to be the time that we would kind of have stopped or at least adjourn this meeting until tomorrow, I would still, because I think the next minister up, I think he and his support staff is around. So, members of Parliament, with your indulgence and support, we will take leave of Minister Brugge, 2 minutes adjournment, and go over to the next minister. So, Minister Brugge, thank you once again. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Members of Parliament, ministers of government, support staff of both ministries, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our Central Committee meeting, and we are at the last minister to appear in Parliament to hear the questions from members of Parliament regarding, in this case, his ministry, because with us this evening is the Minister of VROMI, Minister Patrice Gums Jr. And I welcome the Minister and his support staff as I immediately go over to the members of Parliament and ask who would like to have the floor at this time. We have a battery change that is necessary. Okay, so do we? Not one moment. Members, the meeting is live. Allow me to adjourn to see whatever needs to be done that we can get it done. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Will continue after making sure that the members have sufficient energy in the batteries to make their points during this part of the meeting. MP Doran own is being checked quickly, but I see MP Lutmila De Weaver. MP De Weaver, you have requested the floor or your mic? Okay, good. So I will give MP De Weaver the floor at this time. MP De Weaver, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I did welcome, yes, I remember welcoming the minister, so welcome again. MP De Weaver, you may continue. Sorry for that interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to the minister and his team and everyone else. Very short. I just want to make sure that when we're doing this, that there's like a 4I policy that someone's always checking. So all in the expenses part of VROMI, the last column is 2024, not 2025. So I just want to make note of that is going to be a permanent change in the budget. Every other ministry is correct. So that is it. Thank you very much. It's not a question, it's more of a statement of a correction that needs to take place in order for us to approve this one. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Weaver. I now go over to MP Weaver. MP
Yes.
Weaver, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to the Minister of VROMI and his support staff. Just a brief, I would just like to know the minister's vision as it pertains to the traffic congestion. Yeah. Hello? Yes. So basically your vision when it pertains to the traffic congestion, what are the plans? And also, is there a plan to restart, or has there been opportunity to restart negotiations when it comes to the link between Dutch Quarter and South Reward area? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Weaver. I see MP Janssen requesting the floor. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the Minister of VROMI and his support staff. I would like to applaud the minister for tackling infrastructure in the way that he has indicated that he wants to do, and also he has also indicated that he wants to tackle garbage. I have a question about sewage, because sometimes it's unfortunate to see newly paved roads with fresh running sewage on it. Sewage is an issue. Sewage is an infrastructural issue as well. And so I was wondering if the minister has any plans to tackle sewage. If yes, what are those plans and when? So in which budget are you looking at tackling sewage? And I asked the question because members of your cabinet, some there, know that I have been complaining on behalf of two elderly people, two seniors in the Middle Region area who are neighbors, and they have a lot of problems with raw sewage in their yard. So you can imagine you're already a senior and you cannot enjoy your yard space because it's always full of your neighbor's sewage, and it's just not a good situation. It's not good for your quality of life. And so, you know, who can they call? Who will show up? Because nobody showed up, despite us calling different times. And sometimes you get that VROMI says, no, it's VSA. I know when I was there with VSA, when we did have one like that, we went and did something about it still because it was in between, is it VROMI, is it VSA? And then with the testing of the sewage, so the inspectors, do the inspectors have the capability or the test kits or whatever to test sewage, to know if it's sewage, so that they can give fines? Because I expect that if people are running sewage, that you can give fines. Then a second question has to do with the wells on St. Martin. Growing up on St. Martin, we know of where the wells are, most of them, and although the wells have not been used because we strayed away from agriculture for a while, wells are not used as much. There still are some wells. Now, this is a complaint that was submitted a number of times, and now that I'm sitting here, I'm officially asking you to look into, on behalf of the community of Sakers Gut, the Sakers Gut well. What I have noticed, it has been annexed by the property next door, and they walled it in. And so it is no longer a public well, but it's now belonging to one unit. And if you look on the maps, you will see that it is still public domain, and up to the last hurricane, the community of Sakers Gut was able to make use of it, and now it's walled in. So what can be done to give back the well in Sakers Gut to the people of Sakers Gut? Those are my questions for now. Again, I commend you for the work that you're doing, in the sense that you're going to be there for a while, and I see you planning and using vision and moving forward, and that is what we need. We need to get VROMI going, and you look like you're going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen. I now give the floor to MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of VROMI, your support staff. Well, good evening, good night. Honorable Minister of VROMI, when you were here the last time for the Budget Amendment 2024, I gave you basically a word of, good credit, saying that, you were always accessible. And since then, I think the tone has changed a bit. I'm hearing people say they are trying to reach the Minister of VROMI, where they would see you in person. It would be said, okay, contact me. And then when they're trying to contact you, they're not getting you, Minister of VROMI. I'm pretty sure your good colleague, ex-colleague, MP Peterson, can tell you the importance of staying connected with the people. That is very important. As I hear Minister MP Janssen speak about sewage, I also know of persons in the South Reward area. This lady also spoke to you about it. Letters were sent about it. Her conditions are extremely, extremely horrible. I would really like someone to take the time and give her the time of day. This is not your average complaint. A section of her house is actually barred off, cannot use, broke her legs. The neighbor received sickness, ended up in the hospital. It is very important. I'm pretty sure you know who I'm speaking about. I also see Madam Chair lady shaking her head, so we all know who I'm speaking about. So please, yes, let us look into it, please. As it pertains to, again, after the rainfall, Minister, I don't know if you were here or not, but you disappeared. I didn't feel your presence, and I think it was very important that your presence had been felt. I think that the road repairs were not a bit, and not that I think, the road repairs were not quick enough, was a bit slow. We have persons who are still dealing with issues of excessive waters in their houses. And I don't know if you have started, but Sucker Garden Road, it's horrible, horrible. Okay, so I do see that you have started, but I don't know if you have started Sucker Garden. But up to 2 days ago, horrible. And again, I knew that especially VROMI would run into problems as it pertained to the budget amendment. VROMI took some massive cuts, and I'm seeing cuts of almost 47 million. I know that it's going to be very difficult for you to achieve certain things, but communication transparency is your best bet, especially with your ministry through you, Madam Chair, taking such a hit. Because what you're going to have, Honorable Minister of VROMI, is people expecting a lot from you that you cannot deliver because your budget is depleted. I would like to know the update on the housing project, or what is the update on housing projects in your purview? What is your intention? Also, Honorable Minister of VROMI, I would also like to know, are you involved in the discussions with the Netherlands as it pertains to the 75 million that has to deal with GEBE? The last time we spoke, we did say that the Prime Minister is spearheading it, but you said discussions would be had through you, Madam Chair, to basically so that VROMI, who is the responsible minister of GEBE, can assume back your role. So what is the update? Also, as it pertains to, I have been seeing throughout the past year, the residents of Simpson Bay, there have been many town hall meetings, many meetings against the development and ensuring the protection of the Simpson Bay Beach. I am not against development, I am pro-development, but I'm also for protection of what is there, especially our beaches. Have those discussions been brought to your office or to your person? What is in place to ensure that the residents of Simpson Bay know that while the permits were given, they can rest assured that basically the protection of the beach and the protections of the residents of Simpson Bay is taken up into consideration. I would like to know, what is the update with building permits? Update with building permits. Is building permits now on a halt pending GEBE's restoration? I would like to know that. We're hearing, and I'm getting a lot of complaints about building permits. Or is it that only for major projects at this moment are at what seems to be at a halt? And if so, why? Also, something that, again, and I know you would have liked to carry it out, Minister of VROMI, the KB project and the Miller Region Phase 2 project, those I see now it moved from CAPEX 2024 to CAPEX 2025 and shifted to CAPEX 2026. I would like to echo the sentiments of what I stated earlier. While I understand that GEB was a crisis, we had many, many other crises that we are facing. And VROMI is taking the biggest hit. Responsible for our infrastructure projects and biddings, it will take an extreme hit in the enhancement of our country and the infrastructure. Does the Ministry of VROMI, through you, Madam Chair, has any tenders in the pipeline? Any infrastructure, new works? I would like to speak of new works in the pipeline. Also, what is the update on the Ring Road? Is it the intention of the current Minister of VROMI, your party, to continue the Ring Road? Is it an idea that you would like to facilitate and move forward with? Or if you have a different idea in mind, please let me know through you, Madam Chair. Also, something that is very important, I see Curacao is spearheading it and doing very well now. I think it's Bonaire doing very well and bringing in upwards of over 1 million over one weekend racetrack. We have spoken about this from before, after, during, after. What is your idea on a racetrack? And I say this is because when we were there, the expectancy of the CAPEX, it was planned to at least start phase 1 of the Ring Road with budget that would have been received. So we know that, yeah, there's a crisis, GBE is in place, cuts are made. So what is your plan or your intention, or when do you think you can get the Ring Road project moving? Even if it's 26, 27, I would like to know your vision. I'm going to leave it right here for now, Madam Chair. If any questions, I'll just chime back in.
Thank you, MP Otley. The next MP up to speak is MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. A blessed evening to the Minister of VROMI, his support staff. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister of VROMI, during the budget amendment meeting, we had a couple discussions concerning two things that I'd like to touch base on once again. And the first is the garbage pickup in the St. Peter's area. Madam Chair Lady, it has gone from bad to worse. I have reached out myself personally as a very concerned citizen of the St. Peter's area to the garbage company, and I was told that their truck is down. That's why they're picking up with a different type of truck, with 2-man by hand. And it's actually very worrisome because it's not being done properly or not being done at all. Garbage has not been picked up in my area for about 5 days. And I have pictures to show. Madam Chair Lady, in the last meeting also, I asked the minister concerning the car wreck project, and I mentioned 1 or 2 roads. The people from those roads are still asking if anything will be done, as they can't even get inside to their roads because of all the cars parked up, old wrecks parked up on that street. Then a question, looking at the cut in the budget, I'm somewhat perplexed because of how much of the building permits that I hear are still pending in VROMI. I would have thought building permits make money. Let's push those out so we could make some more money, we could have less cuts. But maybe the minister could highlight his challenges and his plans on dealing with that, as it is very frustrating to a lot of people who have taken loans and are waiting to build their homes. Then, Madam Chair Lady, I also mentioned in the last meeting of a specific person that requested a building permit years and years ago, was told that it was denied. He asked me to help him formulate a letter explaining that he no longer needs the building permit. That letter was submitted, and he's asking for a reply on the letter because he has the marshals delivering a bill by him, and that is also very worrisome for him. So I'll echo the sentiments of my fellow MP Otley, that in the beginning, the minister was very available. So I'd like to encourage him, please don't lose that. That's what makes you and will make you a good minister, if you are available to answer questions and to help others. But if you go silent, you will only get the backlash from the members of parliament and the population. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. The next MP up, I now see MP Peterson. MP Peterson? No? MP De Weaver. MP De Weaver is going to go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'm just going to borrow my neighbor's mic.
Okay.
My question is actually, Madam Chair Lady, for MP Otley, because MP stated that there's a 47 million cut in VROMI, but I can't find that. So I don't see that in expenses, and then I can't really trace it back into the capital expenditures as well. So if the MP can just really tell me where that 47 million is coming from, cut in VROMI, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MP. Thank you, MP De Weaver. I will see if your colleague would be willing to accommodate your question. And MP Otley, could you, while making use of your time, respond to MP De Weaver? Do you care to do that, MP? Or will the minister, because the minister too can respond to both of you in terms of clarifying whether it's there where it is. MP Utley, you want to quickly respond to your colleague and be helpful in providing the information where you got it?
Definitely. Upon reading the budget, I saw two cuts that came out, one for 29.7 and one for 18.9.
Okay, we see
I'll have to-
your colleague
yeah,
has been helpful looking it up there. MP La Cruz is going to set us straight in a moment.
Yes, set this straight.
MP La Cruz, you found something? Yes, he did.
This isn't our time, right? So we
course it
you go
is.
ahead and then we come in. I don't want this.
Okay, no, but in all seriousness, yeah, you
Okay.
will respond,
Yeah.
you will accommodate the question and help out your colleague MP here. And then in the meantime, who else is, so MP De Weaver, in addition to your question to your colleague,
So
you
yes,
have to.
so it's
Okay.
just for us to all take note of when we're discussing the expenses versus the capital expenditures, because it also helps in the comprehension of our colleagues. So what I did find was a 29.7 million decrease in the capital expenditures for new investments on VROMI. But when I heard the 47 million, it triggered me that I may have missed something in my review. So that is why I asked my question. It wasn't really to eat into anyone's time. It was for us to have a distinction of you know, like saying cuts with investments versus saying cuts in expenses. It's just to maybe have a common language. That way we can all kind of follow the numbers. The numbers. That's all it was. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you, MP.
Yes, thank you, MP. Are you ready to
Well,
respond?
basically, she just announced it where there's a decrease in 29.7 million.
Right.
And then there's another decrease of 18.9. So that came out. So together. So in page 40, huh? Yeah. In CapEx.
Members?
So that's what I'm speaking. That's what I'm speaking about
Okay.
when I say, I didn't say it. So we spoke of the 75.6 million
Right?
going into VROMI's CapEx,
Yes.
which would then cause a reduction in what the minister or the Ministry of VROMI originally had planned from their CapEx.
Oh, okay,
So
then
in
I
order
think,
to become budget
Yeah.
neutral. So
Okay.
therefore, it was a reduction from their CapEx.
okay. Yeah, let me just chime in here just to make sure, and I think that's where MP De Weaver wanted to go with this. There are a couple of things, of course. The operational budget of the ministry, one, there is the wish for capital expenditures of the ministry, and then there is the indication of which projects will be, for which projects capital will be sought. That is different than the wish list of the ministries in general. You have where, and I see MP De Weaver wishes to chime in on the topic. MP De Weaver.
I do, because again, it's confusing to me. That's the thing I'm trying to point out here, because if we're talking, when you make a statement and you say that 47 million cuts was made, I expect that, in my understanding, that 47 million is cut from the road repairs. Now, again, I'm going to just state here for everyone's understanding, if we are going to make new roads, that is capital expenditure. If we are going to repave roads and prolong the useful life of the roads, it is capital expenditures. But if we're just going to do patch work
Full up
here
the
and repairing the
holes.
roads, it's repair, so it's an expense. So what happened is, when the statement was made by the MP, the honorable MP, I immediately got alerted and said, but where did we cut 47 million in the roads? So for me, it's about language and understanding, so that there's no miscommunication and misunderstanding in what is said, because it triggered me to also ask the minister via you, Madam Chair Lady, well, why would we cut 47
amount of
million
money,
knowing
yeah.
that we just got destroyed by rain?
Yeah.
So that's all it
Yeah.
was, because I was literally looking for my comprehension.
Okay.
So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to clarify.
You are welcome, MP De Weaver. MP Otley, you
So
want?
basically, we brought clarity to it, but it goes back to exactly, again, the language, probably, but if we look at the essence in which we were speaking of, and I said the fact of moving CAPEX from 1 year to the next, where exactly it's a wish list. However, by putting this amount, it had to be budget neutral, wherefore, in the CAPEX, in your wish list of projects you wanted to execute, there was a reduction. So I understand when you say the cut, I understand where the MP is coming from, but however, I needed to clarify that the amount that I did speak about is in the budget that is taken from the CAPEX, which could have been for additional projects for VROMI to execute, but they can't at this moment due to the amount being in there. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. Having that clarified somewhat, and I'm sure the minister in his responses will zoom in on this entire matter. And I continue. I don't see any other members at this time. MP Roseberg, you want? Oh, okay. It's really rough. Let me give the floor to MP Roseberg at this time, and then we sort out the other issues if there are any. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add to what my colleagues, few of my colleagues stated in regards to the sewage, I saw an article in regards to Dutch Quarter and the sewage infrastructure that is being regulated, or has been regulated there today successfully. Is it possible to get a schedule in regards to the planning sewage infrastructure in the other neighborhoods? I don't know if that question was asked already, but I just would like to have a clear schedule detailed in which areas this will take place. And then as the question I had for the other ministries, what is the legislative priority of the VROMI ministry? That's it for now.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. I am just trying to settle a technical issue that we might have here. So let me adjourn for 2 minutes because MP Duran, you would have asked to speak or no? Oh, okay. You're just saying that your mic went off. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So let me just adjourn for 2 minutes and get a matter straightened out here. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Members of Parliament, we continue. We are actually in the process of questions to the Minister of VROMI, and the next MP up to speak is MP Duran. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Honorable Minister of VROMI, his support staff, and welcome back, or I don't know how to say it, for the Minister of Finance, who's been with us the whole day. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, what is his position on the side road project? I know that that was an initiative that we started during the months of, I believe, between May, or I would say between June and September. There was a lot of different hiccups. It started back full speed, and we see the hiccups again based on the complaints within the community. What are some of the challenges? What is taking place? I believe also maybe the lack of communication to the public is causing a lot of confusion, because in some instances, I know, for instance, in Cold Bay, in Sucker Garden, where the road has started to be worked on, and then it stopped for like a month and a half, and with all the rainfall, it has wreaked a lot of havoc on a lot of our members in the community. So I would like to know, what is your stance on it? What is the status of it? I know that during the amendment, and even before that, myself, my colleague Minister, my colleague MP Irian also asked for a schedule. Initially, before the beginning of the project, a schedule was published, so persons would know in September, in October, in December, in January, your work will be worked on. I understand that the schedule was maybe not, kept for different reasons, but we haven't seen a schedule since then. We've been begging for a schedule. I would like to, again, use this opportunity to ask the minister to please provide a schedule for the side road project so that persons could be at ease in knowing when, how, where, and what. Also, is there a particular emergency hotline number, sort of a contact, that people can use to contact VROMI? Although being out of office for over 6 months now, I still get a lot of calls. I always give them the main VROMI email address, but I'm not sure if there's anything else that they can use to actually reach the ministry, because that has proven to be quite a challenge based on persons that reach out to me. I would also like to know, through you, Madam Chair, from the Minister of VROMI, what is the latest on the housing project that was earmarked for Hope Estate? I know that there's been a lot of discussion on it, off, on. What is the current status of it? And what is needed from our end as members of Parliament in order to get it back on if it is off? Why I say this, because I know that this project is a great initiative, and I can guarantee you that it is very much needed. I would also like to know the minister's position on the whole Vineyard Heights project. That was a project that was initiated quite a number of years ago, and it was halted, different motions, you name it, everything happened. It was brought to court by some of the persons of concern. The ministry won the court case. I would like to know from the minister, how are we going to proceed with that project? Because that is a great opportunity to allow persons to own their own home. Will the minister be starting something completely new? Will he dust off the project that was there already written, brought by the New Works Department, Permits Department, and also the Domain Affairs Department, also Infrastructure Management? I would like to know from the minister, what is his stance on that? And besides the Vineyard Heights project, the lower part of over the bank that is inhabited at this moment with all the structures that are there, we had a town hall meeting about 2 years ago. The first town hall meeting, I think we had about 2 of them. And basically the idea was to issue the land to those persons that have been, I don't want to use the word, or maybe I have to use the word, just occupying it without any legal sort of permission, and legalize their situation so that they can get whatever necessary documents they need. Whether government would decide, at the time the thinking was to sell it to them for a guilder. Some of the homes were actually in the gut where a trench would need to be built. All of this was communicated to the individuals. So I would like to know, what is the update on that, if there is any update on that, and if not, how does the minister view this in terms of allowing those persons that already been living there, in some instances over 20 years, to be able to own the property that they have their home on. I think it was my colleague, MP Otley, mentioned, whenever things are good, it's a good initiative, you hear, we did it, it's good, a photo op, and when it's not so popular, we hear it's the former administration. I tie this into the point where the road works are concerned. And when I'm talking road, I'm not talking side road, I'm talking the main road, because we left about almost 6 million guilders in capital expenditure budget. I know that Juancho's Kidderskeen Boulevard was worked on. Subsequent to that, Long Wall Road. Then I saw an article from the ministry right after the storm that they're going to start back in January, where I then called up different media houses and expressed my concern with that, because I mentioned that impossible the ministry or the minister then is in touch with what is going on, because I know for sure after that, after the heavy rainfall that we had, to you, Madam Chair, there's been a hectic or crazy increase in terms of traffic, where sometimes persons are reaching school to drop their children to school an hour late in certain instances because of, especially in the Soccer Garden area. I saw little changes taking place in terms of some work, but I would like to know, is it the intention of the ministry to just continue to do the patchwork in Soccer Garden until a more permanent solution is done in terms of the complete resurfacing, or is it to leave it as it is right now until next year to continue with that? Also, Madam Chair, while we're talking about roads, I'm going to reference an article from July 10th of this year, where the minister mentioned, since taking office, Minister Gums focus has been on building trust within the ministry to the public. As such, several policy measures are being implemented. One way in which Gums indicated this trust can be rebuilt is by providing quality infrastructure to the people of St. Maarten. The article further goes on to say that for too long, the focus has been on quick fixing and paving roads without priority given to the sustainability and the quality of the road. Under my mandate, this is going to change. I remember my colleague, MP York, discussed certain specifics with the thickness of the asphalt and whatever have you, but the same thing is happening right now, whereas nothing has changed. So I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, the change isn't happening because of finances, or does the minister plan to do this next year or the year after? Because the impression that the public was given is as though the scope of works in terms of the quality of the work would be different or better, and it is just the same. The reason why I say this is because those public tenders already took place. And as I mentioned earlier to the Minister of TIAT, once you change the scope of works of a tender, a project, you have to do it up new, because it's not the same scope of works, and then you have technically then deprived others from being able to participate. Although Windward Road is has the only asphalt plant on St. Maarten, it still has to go on public tender. While we're on that point, I heard the minister mention a more long-term SLA or something of the sort, so I would like to get clarity on that. Is it the intention maybe to put it on bid for, instead of 1 year or a 2 year or 3 year, as is done with other bids? And if yes, how? And if not, why not? Given reason I'm saying that, Madam Chair, is because one of the complaints is that the 1 year is done in no time, so it doesn't give room for investment. So I would like to know from the minister, what is his thought process where that is concerned? Next, I'll go on to Little Key, Madam Chair. I saw an article on November 15th where the former queen, current princess, Ms. Beatrix, the Royal Highness Beatrix, was here, and there was mention of a letter of intent being signed to put Little Key as a protected area. I was a bit confused. The reason why I say that, Madam Chair, in June of 2023, July, sorry, of 2023, I released an article via the ministry, in collaboration with the ministry, that we approved Little Key as a protected area, and that was approved by the Council of Ministers. The follow-up trajectory that had to take place is that after the approval, the Prime Minister would then have to submit the letter of presentation to the governor, which is normal, and then the process would have gone to the Raad van Advies. So my question is, through you, Madam Chair, what did the minister sign? Because if you signed something that was already signed and or approved by the Council of Ministers, it brought a little confusion on my end and also from others that reached out to me asking for clarity based on the fact that they saw this the year prior. So that is a question, Madam Chair. Next, I'll move on to the capital expenditure budget, which I touched on briefly. When I came into the ministry in 2020, Madam Chair, there was zero capex, 0 guilders, and 0 cents. I left the ministry with quite a couple million, 9 million in particular for roads alone. I'm not seeing the speed or the work being carried out to match up to that amount. But one of my concerns is just like, for instance, if you take a loan, the capex is not a 0% interest loan. If you take a loan to build a house and you're not building the house, but you have to start back paying the loan, you're basically using the loan money to pay the loan with interest. So it's a loss, in my humble opinion. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the minister, what is the reason that the processes when it comes to, in particular, road repair taking so long, given the fact that the bid was already done? When the new government took office on May 3rd, the bid was already completed. It was just a matter of starting the works. The intention was, and the projection and the preliminary agreements was actually to start the work in May, in April actually, and then it was moved to May. And then we never heard anything again until, I think it was October when we had the FCCA. That was the first time the asphalt was laid in St. Maarten. So I would like to get some clarity. What was the cause of that delay? Was it manpower? Please elaborate, because it couldn't have been to put it out on tender because that was done already. Also, I took note of an article a couple days ago with VROMI securing 1.9 million euros for the stormwater infrastructure pumps. I would like some clarity through you, Madam Chair. Are these the same pumps that was being negotiated with BZK and the Department of New Works, as well as, I forget the company, the consulting company that was assisted? I would just like to know if this is that money or this is something totally different. Also, Madam Chair, in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, the former Minister of Finance, current Member of Parliament, Irian, passed a motion here in Parliament basically trying to exempt first-time homeowners from paying certain taxes in terms of transfer fees. When we went on to become ministers, we went hard in terms of reviving the mortgage guarantee fund. We were able to get it ramped up in the sense of persons that had to resign, the appointment of certain individuals, and then we kind of hit a roadblock in different areas. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, because I know that this is a great thing and it could definitely help our citizens in terms of home ownership. That is something that I'm very passionate about. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, would the minister consider dusting off those plans and continuing with the mortgage guarantee fund in order to make sure that there's opportunities for our people to own homes? This reality, this dream is getting more difficult every day because things are getting more expensive, the banks are becoming more stringent. I believe that this is definitely a way to empower our people. I've said it over the last couple of years, hence the reason why the Vineyard Heights project was so dear to me in terms of seeing it come to fruition. I would like to know from the minister through you, Madam Chair, would you consider dusting off these plans and carrying on with the mortgage guarantee fund so that our citizens can become more empowered in terms of owning their own homes? I'd also like to know what would be the ministry's plan concerning the development of homes and also the implementation of the fund. So how would you see that coming to materializing? And I would also like a timeline on it, because I believe that we have these budget debates, a lot of promises are made, and the follow-up is very much lacking in my humble opinion. Madam Chair, that will be it for now with my questions. I look forward to the responses. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. We now have MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, after brief discussion, we found what the issue was. on page 42 of the budget, there's what seems to be an error in the amount that is there for new investment. One line shows a deduction in the new investment of 29.7 million, and below with the total, there's a total different figure used that shows a deduction of 18.9 million. So my question through you, Madam Chair, is which one is the correct one? Because that's why they both was added together. Which one is the correct one? And either way, yeah, it's a big difference from 47, but if it is the 29.7, we're looking at least that is 30 million less for projects that you may have had planned. So what impact does this deduction have on your plans? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. I think the next speaker up would have been MP York. Members of Parliament, the information that I'm getting is that we need to adjourn the meeting at this time. Technically, we cannot continue. It would require a whole restart, at least a half an hour, and that kind of a situation. So although we had wanted to finish the questions to the ministers this evening, I need to allow the members of Parliament who yet wish to speak on the topic of the Ministry of VROMI to do so, meaning that we will finalize this part of the meeting, the questions to the Minister of VROMI. We will finalize that tomorrow, God's willing, and thus I will have to adjourn this meeting until tomorrow morning, as scheduled to start at 10 a.m. So members, thank you. Thank you very much, members of Parliament, for your questions, but the Minister of Finance wishes to make a comment. Minister of Finance, you have the floor. You have to do it very quickly because I'm getting the indication that the system could potentially close down. So, Minister, but I would allow you to make your comment.
MP, thank you for the opportunity. I don't think my mic is working as I speak to you now, but I'm asking if we can commence tomorrow instead of at 10, 11 o'clock.
What the alternative to that, Minister? I hear you, but I could imagine that in your case, if your replacement can be here with the minister to continue, we could do that as well as 10. If that is not possible, then we would have to go along with your request for 11 a.m. Okay, so members of Parliament, let us go with 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If anything changes from that hour, you will be informed in a timely fashion. Thank you, members of Parliament. Thank you, ministers and support staffs of Parliament and the Council of Ministers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still with us in this meeting. This meeting is hereby adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, unless otherwise indicated. Meeting adjourned.